Bedtime Stories for Kids. Tales of dinosaurs, unicorn, dragon. Short Aesop's fables. Funny fantasy stories for children and toddlers to help them fall asleep, relax. Fantasy stories to dream about. Written by Mary Kiddy. Narrated by David Gwyther. The Book of Beasts. He happened to be building a palace when the news came in, and he left all the bricks kicking about the floor for Nurse to clear up. But then the news was rather remarkable news. You see, there was a knock at the front door, and voices talking downstairs, and Lionel thought it was the man come to see about the gas, which had not been allowed to be lighted since the day when Lionel made a swing by tying his skipping rope to the gas bracket. And then, quite suddenly, Nurse came in and said, "Master Lionel, dear, they've come to fetch you to go and be king." Then she made haste to change his smock and to wash his face and hands and brush his hair. And all the time she was doing it, Lionel kept wriggling and fidgeting and saying, "Oh, don't, Nurse," and "I'm sure my ears are quite clean," or "Never mind my hair, it's all right," and "That'll do." "You're going on as if you was going to be an eel instead of a king," said Nurse. The minute Nurse let go for a moment, Lionel bolted off without waiting for his clean handkerchief. And in the drawing room there were two very grave-looking gentlemen in red robes with fur, and gold coronets with velvet sticking up out of the middle like the cream in the very expensive jam tart. They bowed low to Lionel, and the gravest one said, "Sire, your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, the king of this country, is dead. And now you have got to come and be king." "Yes, please, sir," said Lionel. "When does it begin?" "You will be crowned this afternoon," said the grave gentleman, who was not quite so grave-looking as the other. "Would you like me to bring Nurse? Or what time would you like me to be fetched? And hadn't I better put on my velvet suit with the lace collar?" said Lionel, who had often been out to tea. "Your Nurse will be removed to the palace later. No, never mind about changing your suit. The royal robes will cover all that up." The grave gentleman led the way to a coach with 8 white horses, which was drawn up in front of the house where Lionel lived. It was number 7 on the left-hand side of the street as you go up. Lionel ran upstairs at the last minute, and he kissed Nurse and said, "Thank you for washing me. I wish I'd let you do the other ear." "No, there's no time now. Give me the hanky. Goodbye, Nurse." "Goodbye, ducky," said Nurse. "Be a good little king now, and say please and thank you. And remember to pass the cake to the little girls, and don't have more than 2 helps of anything." So off went Lionel to be made a king. He had never expected to be a king, any more than you have. So it was all quite new to him. So new that he had never even thought of it. And as the coach went through the town, he had to bite his tongue to be quite sure it was real. Because if his tongue was real, it showed he wasn't dreaming. Half an hour before, he had been building with bricks in the nursery. And now the streets were all fluttering with flags. Every window was crowded with people, waving handkerchiefs and scattering flowers. There were scarlet soldiers everywhere along the pavements, and all the bells of all the churches were ringing like mad. And like a great song to the music of their ringing, he heard thousands of people shouting, "Long live Lionel! Long live our little king!" He was a little sorry at first that he had not put on his best clothes, but he soon forgot to think about that. If he had been a girl, he would very likely have bothered about it the whole time. As they went along, the grave gentlemen, who were the Chancellor and the Prime Minister, explained the things which Lionel did not understand. "I thought we were a republic," said Lionel. "I'm sure there hasn't been a king for some time." "Sire, your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's death happened when my grandfather was a little boy," said the Prime Minister. "And since then, your loyal people have been saving up to buy you a crown. So much a week, you know, according to people's means. 6 pence a week from those who have first-rate pocket money, down to a halfpenny a week from those who haven't so much. You know, it's the rule that the crown must be paid for by the people." "But hadn't my however much it is, grandfather a crown?" "Yes, but he sent it to be tinned over for fear of vanity, and he had all the jewels taken out and sold them to buy books. He was a strange man, a very good king he was, but he had his faults. He was fond of books. Almost with his last breath, he sent the crown to be tinned, and he never lived to pay the tinsman's bill." Here the Prime Minister wiped away a tear, and just then the carriage stopped, and Lionel was taken out of the carriage to be crowned. Being crowned is much more tiring work than you would suppose, and by the time it was over, and Lionel had worn the royal robes for an hour or two, and had had his hand kissed by everybody whose business it was to do it, he was quite worn out, and was very glad to get into the palace nursery. Nurse was there, and tea was ready. Seedy cake and plummy cake, and jam and hot buttered toast, and the prettiest china with red and gold and blue flowers on it, and real tea, and as many cups of it as you liked. After tea, Lionel said, "I think I should like a book. Will you get me one, Nurse?" "Bless the child," said Nurse. "You don't suppose you've lost the use of your legs with just being a king? Run along, do, and get your books yourself." So Lionel went down into the library. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor were there, and when Lionel came in, they bowed very low, and were beginning to ask Lionel most politely what on earth he was coming bothering for now, when Lionel cried out, "Oh, what a world full of books! Are they yours?" "They are yours, your Majesty," answered the Chancellor. "They were the property of the late king, your great-great—" "Yes, I know," Lionel interrupted. "Well, I shall read them all. I love to read, and I'm so glad I learned to read." "If I might venture to advise your Majesty," said the Prime Minister, "I should not read these books. Your great—" "Yes," said Lionel quickly. "He was a very good king. Oh yes, really, a very superior king in his way, but he was a little, well, strange." "Mad?" asked Lionel cheerfully. "No, no!" Both the gentlemen were sincerely shocked. "Not mad, but if I may express it so, he was, too clever by half. And I should not like a little king of mine to have anything to do with his books." Lionel looked puzzled. "The fact is," the Chancellor went on, twisting his red beard in an agitated way, Your great—" "Go on," said Lionel. "Was called a wizard." "But he wasn't?" "Of course not. A most worthy king was your great—" "I see. But I wouldn't touch his books." "Just this one," cried Lionel, laying his hands on the cover of a great brown book that lay on the study table. It had gold patterns on the brown leather, and gold claps with turquoise and rubies in the twists of them, and gold corners so that the leather should not wear out too quickly. "I must look at this one," Lionel said, for on the back in big letters he read, "The Book of Beasts." The Chancellor said, "Don't be a silly little king." But Lionel had got the gold clasps undone, and he opened the first page, and there was a beautiful butterfly, all red and brown and yellow and blue, so beautifully painted that it looked as if it were alive. "There," said Lionel, "isn't that lovely? Why—" But as he spoke, the beautiful butterfly fluttered its many-coloured wings on the yellow old page of the book, and flew up and out of the window. "Well," said the Prime Minister, as soon as he could speak, for the lump of wonder that had got into his throat and tried to choke him, "that's magic, that is." But before he had spoken, the king had turned the next page, and there was a shining bird, complete and beautiful in every blue feather of him. Under him was written, "Blue Bird of Paradise." And while the king gazed enchanted at the charming picture, the blue bird fluttered his wings on the yellow page and spread them and flew out of the book. Then the Prime Minister snatched the book away from the king and shut it up on the blank page where the bird had been, and put it on a very high shelf. And the Chancellor gave the king a good shaking and said, "You're a naughty, disobedient little king," and was very angry indeed. "I don't see that I've done any harm," said Lionel. He hated being shaken, as all boys do. He would much rather have been slapped. "No harm?" said the Chancellor. "Ah, but what do you know about it? That's the question. How do you know what might have been on the next page? A snake, or a worm, or a centipede, or a revolutionist, or something like that?" "Well, I'm sorry if I've vexed you," said Lionel. "Come, let's kiss and be friends." So he kissed the Prime Minister, and they settled down for a nice quiet game of noughts and crosses, while the Chancellor went to add up his accounts. But when Lionel was in bed, he could not sleep for thinking of the book. And when the full moon was shining with all her might and light, he got up and crept down to the library, and climbed up and got the Book of Beasts. He took it outside to the terrace, where the moonlight was as bright as day, and he opened the book and saw the empty pages with Butterfly and Blue Bird of Paradise underneath. And then he turned the next page. There was some sort of red thing sitting under a palm tree, and under it was written, "Dragon." The dragon did not move, and the king shut up the book rather quickly and went back to bed. But the next day he wanted another look, so he took the book out into the garden. And when he undid the clasps with the rubies and turquoises, the book opened all by itself at the picture with dragon underneath, and the sun shone full on the page. And then, quite suddenly, a great red dragon came out of the book, and spread vast scarlet wings, and flew away across the garden to the far hills. And Lionel was left with the empty page before him. For the page was quite empty, except for the green palm tree and the yellow desert, and the little streaks of red where the paintbrush had gone outside the pencil outline of the red dragon. And then Lionel felt that he had indeed done it. He had not been king 24 hours, and already he had let loose a red dragon to worry his faithful subjects' lives out. And they had been saving up so long to buy him a crown and everything. Lionel began to cry. The Chancellor and the Prime Minister and the nurse all came running to see what was the matter. And when they saw the book, they understood. And the Chancellor said, "You naughty little king! Put him to bed, nurse, and let him think over what he's done." "Perhaps, my lord," said the Prime Minister, "we'd better first find out just exactly what he has done." Then Lionel, in floods of tears, said, "It's a red dragon, and it's gone flying away to the hills, and I am so sorry, and oh, do forgive me." But the Prime Minister and the Chancellor had other things to think of than forgiving Lionel. They hurried off to consult the police and see what could be done. Everyone did what they could. They sat on committees and stood on guard, and lay in wait for the dragon, but he stayed up in the hills, and there was nothing more to be done. The faithful nurse, meanwhile, did not neglect her duty. Perhaps she did more than anyone else, for she slapped the king and put him to bed without his tea. And when it got dark, she would not give him a candle to read by. "You are a naughty little king," she said, "and nobody will love you." Next day, the dragon was still quiet, though the more poetic of Lionel's subjects could see the redness of the dragon shining through the green trees quite plainly. So Lionel put on his crown and sat on his throne, and said he wanted to make some laws. And I need hardly say that though the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the nurse might have the very poorest opinion of Lionel's private judgment, and might even slap him and send him to bed, the minute he got on his throne and set his crown on his head, he became infallible, which means that everything he said was right, and that he couldn't possibly make a mistake. So, when he said, "There is to be a law forbidding people to open books in schools or elsewhere," he had the support of at least half of his subjects, and the other half, the grown-up half, pretended to think he was quite right. Then he made a law that everyone should always have enough to eat, and this pleased everyone, except the ones who had always had too much. And when several other nice new laws were made and written down, he went home and made mud houses and was very happy. And he said to his nurse, "People will love me now I've made such a lot of pretty new laws for them." But nurse said, "Don't count your chickens, my dear. You haven't seen the last of that dragon yet." Now, the next day was Saturday, and in the afternoon the dragon suddenly swooped down upon the common in all his hideous redness, and carried off the soccer players, umpires, goalposts, balls, and all. Then the people were very angry indeed, and they said, "We might as well be a republic, after saving up all these years to get his crown and everything." And wise people shook their heads and foretold a decline in the national love of sport. And indeed, soccer was not at all popular for some time afterward. Lionel did his best to be a good king during the week, and the people were beginning to forgive him for letting the dragon out of the book. After all, they said, soccer is a dangerous game, and perhaps it is wise to discourage it. Popular opinion held that the soccer players, being tough and hard, had disagreed with the dragon so much that he had gone away to some place where they only play cat's cradle and games that do not make you hard and tough. All the same, Parliament met on the Saturday afternoon, a convenient time, for most of the members would be free to attend, to consider the dragon. But unfortunately, the dragon, who had only been asleep, woke up because it was Saturday, and he considered the Parliament, and afterwards there were not any members left. So they tried to make a new Parliament, but being a member of Parliament had somehow grown as unpopular as soccer playing, and no one would consent to be elected. So they had to do without a Parliament. When the next Saturday came around, everyone was a little nervous. But the red dragon was pretty quiet that day, and only ate an orphanage. Lionel was very, very unhappy. He felt that it was his disobedience that had brought this trouble on the Parliament and the orphanage and the soccer players, and he felt that it was his duty to try and do something. The question was, what? The bluebird that had come out of the book used to sing very nicely in the palace rose garden, and the butterfly was very tame and would perch on his shoulder when he walked among the tall lilies. So Lionel saw that all the creatures in the Book of Beasts could not be wicked, like the dragon, and he thought, suppose I could get another beast out who would fight the dragon. So he took the Book of Beasts out into the rose garden, and opened the page next to the one where the dragon had been, just a tiny bit, to see what the name was. He could only see Cora, but he found the middle of the page swelling up thick with the creature that was trying to come out. And it was only by putting the book down and sitting on it suddenly, very hard, that he managed to get it shut. Then he fastened the clasps with the rubies and turquoises in them, and sent for the Chancellor, who had been ill since Saturday, and so had not been eaten with the rest of the Parliament. And he said, "What animal ends in Cora?" The Chancellor answered, "The manticora, of course." "What is he like?" asked the king. "He is the sworn foe of dragons," said the Chancellor. "He drinks their blood. He is yellow, with the body of a lion and the face of a man. I wish we had a few manticoras here now, but the last died hundreds of years ago. Worse luck!" Then the king ran and opened the book at the page that had Cora on it. And there was the picture, Manticora, all yellow, with a lion's body and a man's face, just as the Chancellor had said. And under the picture was written, Manticora. In a few minutes, the Manticora came sleepily out of the book, rubbing its eyes with its hands and mewing piteously. It seemed very stupid, and when Lionel gave it a push and said, "Go along and fight the dragon, do," it put its tails between its legs and fairly ran away. It went and hid behind the town hall, and at night, when the people were asleep, it went round and ate all the pussycats in the town. And then it mewed more than ever. And on the Saturday morning, when people were a little timid about going out, because the dragon had no regular hour for calling, the Manticora went up and down the streets and drank all the milk that was left in the cans at the doors for people's teas, and it ate the cans as well. And just when it had finished the very last halfpenny worth, which was short measure, because the milkman's nerves were quite upset. The red dragon came down the street looking for the Manticora. It edged off when it saw him coming, for it was not at all the dragon-fighting kind. And, seeing no other doors open, the poor, hunted creature took refuge in the general post office, and there the dragon found it, trying to conceal itself among the 10 o'clock mail. The dragon fell on the Manticora at once, and the mail was no defence. The mewings were heard all over the town. All the kitties and the milk the Manticora had had seemed to have strengthened its mew wonderfully. Then there was a sad silence, and presently the people whose windows looked that way saw the dragon come walking down the steps of the general post office, spitting fire and smoke, together with tufts of Manticora fur and the fragments of the registered letters. Things were growing very serious. However popular the king might become during the week, the dragon was sure to do something on Saturday to upset the people's loyalty. The dragon was a perfect nuisance for the whole of Saturday, except during the hour of noon, and then he had to rest under a tree, or he would have caught fire from the heat of the sun. You see, he was very hot to begin with. At last came a Saturday when the dragon actually walked into the royal nursery and carried off the king's own pet rocking horse. Then the king cried for 6 days, and on the 7th he was so tired that he had to stop. He heard the bluebird singing amongst the roses, and saw the butterfly fluttering among the lilies, and he said, "Nurse, wipe my face, please. I am not going to cry any more." Nurse washed his face, and told him not to be a silly little king. "Crying," said she, "never did anyone any good yet." "I don't know," said the little king. "I seem to see better and to hear better now that I've cried for a week. Now, nurse dear, I know I'm right, so kiss me in case I never come back. I must try to see if I can't save the people." "Well, if you must, you must," said nurse, "but don't tear your clothes or get your feet wet." So off he went. The blue bird sang more sweetly than ever, and the butterfly shone more brightly, as Lionel once more carried the Book of Beasts out into the rose garden, and opened it very quickly so that he might not be afraid and change his mind. The book fell open wide, almost in the middle, and there was written at the bottom of the page, "Hippogriff." And before Lionel had time to see what the picture was, there was a fluttering of great wings, and a stamping of hooves, and a sweet, soft, friendly neighing, and there came out of the book a beautiful white horse with a long, long white mane, and a long, long white tail, and he had great wings like swan's wings, and the softest, kindest eyes in the world, and he stood there among the roses. The hippogriff rubbed its silky soft, milky white nose against the little king's shoulder, and the little king thought, "But for the wings, you are very like my poor dear lost rocking horse." And the bluebird's song was very loud and sweet. Then suddenly the king saw coming through the sky the great straggling, sprawling, wicked shape of the red dragon, and he knew at once what he must do. He caught up the Book of Beasts and jumped on the back of the gentle, beautiful hippogriff, and leaning down, he whispered in the sharp, white ear, "Fly, dear Hippogriff, fly your very fastest to the pebbly waste." And when the dragon saw them start, he turned and flew after them, with his great wings flapping like clouds at sunset. And the Hippogriff's wide wings were snowy as clouds at moonrise. When the people in the town saw the dragon fly off after the Hippogriff and the king, they all came out of their houses to look. And when they saw the two disappeared, they made up their minds to the worst, and began to think what they would wear for court mourning. But the dragon could not catch the Hippogriff. The red wings were bigger than the white ones, but they were not so strong. And so the white-winged horse flew away and away and away, with the dragon pursuing, till he reached the very middle of the pebbly waste. Now, the pebbly waste is just like the parts of the seaside where there is no sand all round. Loose, shifting stones, and there is no grass there, and no trees within 100 miles of it. Lionel jumped off the white horse's back in the very middle of the pebbly waste, and he hurriedly unclasped the Book of Beasts and laid it open on the pebbles. Then he clattered among the pebbles in his haste to get back onto his white horse, and had just jumped on when up came the dragon. He was flying very feebly and looking around everywhere for a tree, for it was just on the stroke of 12. The sun was shining like a gold guinea in the blue sky, and there was not a tree for 100 miles. The white-winged horse flew around and around the dragon as he writhed on the dry pebbles. He was getting very hot. Indeed, parts of him even had begun to smoke. He knew that he must certainly catch fire in another minute, unless he could get under a tree. He made a snatch with his red claws at the king and Hippogriff, but he was too feeble to reach them, and besides, he did not dare to overexert himself for fear he should get any hotter. It was then that he saw the Book of Beasts lying on the pebbles, open at the page with dragon written at the bottom. He looked and he hesitated, and he looked again. And then, with one last squirm of rage, the dragon wriggled himself back into the picture, and sat down under the palm tree. And the page was a little singed as he went in. As soon as Lionel saw that the dragon had really been obliged to go in and sit under his own palm tree, because it was the only tree there, he jumped off his horse and shut the book with a bang. "Oh, hurrah!" he cried. "Now we really have done it." And he clasped the book very tightly with the turquoise and ruby clasps. "Oh, my precious Hippogriff," he cried. "You are the bravest, dearest, most beautiful." "Hush," whispered the Hippogriff modestly. "Don't you see that we are not alone?" And indeed, there was quite a crowd round them on the pebbly waste. The Prime Minister and the Parliament, and the soccer players and the orphanage, and the manticora and the rocking horse, and indeed everyone who had been eaten by the dragon. You see, it was impossible for the dragon to take them into the book with him. It was a tight fit even for one dragon, so of course he had to leave them outside. They all got home somehow, and all lived happily ever after. When the king asked the manticora where he would like to live, he begged to be allowed to go back into the book. "I do not care for public life," he said. Of course he knew his way onto his own page, so there was no danger of his opening the book at the wrong page and letting out a dragon or anything. so he got back into his picture and has never come out since. That is why you will never see a manticora as long as you live, except in a picture book. And of course, he left the kitties outside, because there was no room for them in the book, and the milk cans too. Then the rocking horse begged to be allowed to go and live on the hippogriff's page of the book. "I should like," he said, "to live somewhere where dragons can't get at me." So the beautiful white-winged hippogriff showed him the way in, and there he stayed till the king had him taken out for his great-great-great-great-grandchildren to play with. As for the hippogriff, he accepted the position of the king's own rocking horse, a situation left vacant by the retirement of the wooden horse. And the bluebird and the butterfly sing and flutter among the lilies and roses of the palace garden to this very day. Earthshaker. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shuddered. Trees shook, dropping leaves on the tidy nest below. The nest belonged to an iguanodon. As the eggs rolled around, their mother Brenda steadied them with a claw. What on earth? She wondered. Boom, boom. Then, through the trees, appeared the biggest dinosaur she had ever seen. It was like a grey mountain on legs. It had a long, long neck and a long, long tail. "Who are you?" asked Brenda. The long neck snaked towards her. Weak eyes and a little head gazed at her. "I'm Seismosaurus," said the enormous dinosaur, in a voice so tiny she could hardly hear it. "I've come to live here." Size? Tried Brenda. "It means Earthshaker," said the dinosaur. "Call me Sizo, if that's easier." "Well, Sizo, could you please tiptoe?" "All right," whispered the dinosaur. He took 2 more steps. Boom, boom. Pteranodons fell out of the trees. A group of hadrosaurs began trumpeting an alarm. George, the old Triceratops, came to see what was going on. "I can't sleep for the noise," he grumbled. "It's Sizo here," said Brenda. "He's a little bit, heavy-footed." "Can't you tiptoe?" demanded George. "I am tiptoeing," said Sizo in his tiny voice. "Humph!" snorted George. "What a racket! I hope he's not staying." "Oh, please let me stay," begged Sizo. "I've been alone for ages. I want to live with other dinosaurs." "Give him a chance, George," said Brenda kindly. "You can see he's a plant eater. He's not going to eat us, are you, Sizo?" Sizo shook his head. "I'll only eat the highest leaves," he whispered. "The ones you can't reach." "Humph! All right," grunted George, "but only if you remember to tiptoe." So Sizo settled into his new home. He liked the other dinosaurs, but he wasn't really happy. He worried about making too much noise. Although he walked as quietly as he could, his footsteps made the earth tremble. The other dinosaurs blocked their ears and grumbled. "Tiptoe!" George would bellow. Sizo tiptoed, but that wasn't any quieter. In the end, it was easier not to walk at all. He just stood in one place for most of the day, eating whatever he could reach. And life was peaceful for a while, until boom, boom, boom. The ground shuddered. Brenda's baby iguanodons tumbled over and began to cry. The hadrosaurs wailed in protest. George came storming out of the forest. "Oi, Sizo!" he roared. "I told you to tiptoe!" "But it's not me," protested Sizo. "It's true," said Brenda. "Sizo isn't moving." The dinosaurs stared at Sizo. He stood quite still, yet they could hear thuds and crashes. "It must be another big dinosaur," said George uneasily. "Another Sizo." "Oh no," said Brenda. "Come with me, children. You don't want to get trampled on." All the dinosaurs hurried away into the forest, all except Sizo. "Another Seismosaurus," he thought excitedly. "Another earth shaker. I wonder if it will be my friend." So he set off joyfully towards the noises to find out. As he walked, the earth shook harder. The crashes grew louder. He could smell a strange, fierce, burning smell. "Funny dinosaur, this," thought Sizo. He came round a bend and stopped. Ahead of him, a hump rose out of the forest. "That's a huge dinosaur," he thought. The ground beneath him trembled. "It's an earth shaker, all right," said Sizo. Then he saw that smoke was billowing from the hump. Down its side ran a glowing river of red. "It's bleeding," he whispered. The thick red river flowed past a tree. It ripped it up and threw it down with a crash. Sizo blinked at the river with his small, weak eyes. It wasn't blood. It smelt of rock, and it was smoking. "I don't think that's a dinosaur at all," he said. The smoking river hissed and sizzled. 2 more trees thudded to the ground and burst into flames. The river did not stop. It kept on flowing through the forest. "Oh no, it's heading for our home," gasped Sizo. "I'd better warn the others." He plodded back as fast as he could. There was no one around. Sizo cleared his throat and shouted, "Danger!" It was a tiny shout. He tried again. "Danger!" Still, nobody heard him. "Help!" thought Sizo. "Whatever can I do?" Nobody could hear Sizo's voice, but he knew that everyone could hear his feet, so he began to dance. He started with big, slow steps. Then he danced higher and higher, faster and faster. Trees dropped their branches. The ground began to crack, and Sizo kept dancing. All the other dinosaurs rushed up to stop him. "I said tiptoe!" yelled George. "Sizo, what do you think you're doing?" cried the dinosaurs. "I'm dancing," whispered Sizo. "Dancing?" said George. "That's it, you're banned." "But there's danger coming." "Danger?" said Brenda. "Where?" "There's a river of fire coming towards us," whispered Sizo. "It's flowing out of a hill and burning everything up." "What?" cried Brenda. "That's a volcano. We must get out of the way." The dinosaurs didn't wait to hear any more. Together they thundered through the trees. A cloud of smoke followed them. Behind them, Burning branches crackled and crashed to the ground. "Where are we going?" wailed George. "We need to get to higher ground," said Brenda. But her babies began to squeal. Hot ash was falling like rain. "It's burning us, Mum!" they cried. "Quick," said Sizo. "Come and shelter under me." The baby iguanodons crept beneath Sizo. His huge bulk kept the hot ash off them while they walked. "You'll stand on them," protested George. "No, I won't," said Sizo. He had had so much practice at tiptoeing that he never once trod on a baby's tail. The dinosaurs climbed to the top of a hill and left the smoke and ash behind. At last they stopped. Brenda's babies peered out from under Sizo. "Is it safe yet?" panted George. "I can't see." "Let me look." Sizo craned his long neck over the treetops. "Yes, we're safe here," he said. "Thanks to you," said Brenda, gathering her children round her. "Sizo, you're a real friend." "I am?" "The best. From now on, you can thump all you like. We won't complain." "Yes, we will," said George. The other dinosaurs glared at George. He coughed. Sorry. Thump away, Sizo. You can even dance if you want." "All right," whispered Sizo happily. "But I promise that I'll only dance on tiptoe." The end. Elly and Arrghh! 4 young dinosaurs were having a race. It wasn't a running race. They were ankylosaurs, which meant that they were covered with huge plates of body armor. The armor was so heavy that they could only waddle. All the same, they could waddle quite fast. And Elly was determined to beat her 3 brothers. She reached the river just ahead of them. "I won!" she shouted. She wagged her tail in triumph. "Oh, oh, oh!" cried her 3 brothers behind her. Elly looked around and saw them lying in a heap. "What happened to you?" she asked. "Your tail happened to us," groaned Lenny. "You wagged it again," moaned Kenny. "It knocked us over," croaked Benny. "My tail knocked you over?" Elly was sure her tail hadn't done anything of the sort. She wagged it again to check. "No, don't wag your tail!" shrieked her brothers. "Why not?" demanded Elly. "What's wrong with my tail?" "It's a lovely tail," said Kenny. "It's just not the same as our tails," said Benny. "It's got a great big club on the end of it," said Lenny. Elly looked at her brothers' tails. They were slender and pointed at the end, like her mother's and her father's tails. She twisted her head round to look at her own tail, but she couldn't twist far enough to see it properly. "It looks fine to me," she said. "It is fine," said Lenny. "It's a very special tail." "It's unique," groaned Kenny. "Just don't wag it," pleaded Benny. This wasn't easy for Elly. When she was happy, she wagged her tail. And since she was a very happy dinosaur, she wagged her tail a lot. But whenever she happily wagged her tail, anything in its path went flying. Her tail bowled her brothers over. It fouled small trees. It demolished the nest of rocks that her parents had built so carefully. Yet Elly usually didn't notice. "I don't see the problem. Now let's play tag," she said. "Let's not," said Kenny. "Whenever you're being chased, you wag your tail." "We could play kick the coconut," suggested Elly. "No, we couldn't," said Benny. "You wag your tail each time you kick. I'm still covered in bruises from the last game." "Then what can we play?" she asked. The brothers thought hard about it. "I know," said Lenny. "Hide and seek." So they taught Elly how to play hide and seek. It was a great success. Elly was very good at hiding. And while she was hiding, she kept perfectly still and did not wag her tail. They played hide and seek all morning. Apart from one small accident, when Elly wagged her tail and Kenny ended up in a ditch, nobody got any bruises. It was Elly's turn to hide. She found a good place amongst the trees and kept very still. She waited and waited, but nobody came to find her. After a while, Elly poked her head out to see where her brothers were. "Maybe they've gone for lunch," she thought. She couldn't see them anywhere, but she could see a strange dinosaur sniffing around. Elly lumbered out of her hiding place and trotted over to greet the stranger. She had never met a dinosaur like it. It wasn't an Ankylosaurus. It was taller and thinner, with long, strong legs and big, curved claws. "Hello," said Elly. The strange dinosaur turned round and grinned a wide, toothy grin. "Well, hello there," it said. "Have you come for lunch?" asked Elly. "Oh, I hope so," said the stranger, giving her a still wider grin. It had a great many teeth. "Do you know my brothers?" she asked. "They're around somewhere. We've just been playing hide and seek." The stranger licked its lips. "How delicious! I mean, how delightful! Let's look for them together. Do you know where they'll be hiding?" "Oh yes," said Elly proudly. "I know all the best hiding places." "Excellent," said the stranger. Elly was so happy to meet this new friend that she nearly wagged her tail. She stopped herself just in time. "What's your name?" she asked. The dinosaur looked puzzled. "I don't think I have a name." "Well, what do other dinosaurs call you?" "I'm Elly." The dinosaur scratched its head with its claw. "I suppose I'm called Ah!" it said. "At least, that's what everybody says when they see me." "All right, Ah!" said Elly. "Let's go and hunt for my brothers, and then we can have lunch." "What a wonderful idea," said Ah! "I bet I know where Lenny's hiding. Come this way." Elly trotted off towards the thorn bushes. She was so happy to be playing with her new friend that she nearly wagged her tail. Again, she stopped herself just in time. When they reached the thorn bushes, she could see a nose sticking out. "Found you, Lenny!" she shouted. Lenny sat up and stared at the strange dinosaur. "Ah!" he cried. "Oh, do you know him then?" said Elly. "That's good." She was so pleased that this time she couldn't help it. She wagged her tail. There was a whack and a thud. "Ah's come for lunch," she said. "Ah! Where are you?" "Ah!" crawled out of the thorn bushes. He had hundreds of long, spiky thorns sticking out of his skin. "Are you playing hide and seek in there?" said Elly. "It's a bit prickly, unless you have thick skin like ours. Are you all right?" "Fine," muttered Ah, trying to pull thorns out of his nose with his long claws. "Let's go and look for Kenny next," said Elly. "I bet I know where he's hiding." She lumbered off towards the swamp. Ah followed her, although, for some reason, Lenny didn't. When she reached the swamp, Elly could see an ear poking out of the reeds. "Found you, Kenny!" she shouted. Kenny sat up and stared at the strange creature. "Ah!" he screamed. "That's right," said Elly. "Ah's come for lunch." And she wagged her tail again. She couldn't help it. There was a whoosh and a plop. Suddenly, Ah was in the swamp. "That's not a very good hiding place, Ah!" called Elly. "It's rather muddy." "You don't say," gasped Ah, as he crawled out of the swamp. As well as hundreds of thorns, he was now covered in sticky black mud. "It's nearly lunchtime," Elly told him. "Oh, good," sighed Ah. "We just need to find Benny. I know exactly where he'll be hiding. Come this way." She set off again. Ah followed her, although, for some reason, Kenny didn't. Elly waddled happily to the edge of the forest, where there were dozens of huge anthills. Sure enough, when she got there, she could see a tail poking out from behind the biggest anthill of them all. "Found you, Benny!" she shouted. Benny sat up and stared at the strange dinosaur. "Ah!" he yelled. "Yes, isn't it nice of him to play hide and seek with us?" said Elly. She was so delighted that she couldn't help it. She wagged her tail. There was a whop and a splat. Elly looked at Ah, who was now inside the anthill. "That's quite a good hiding place," she said, "but I can still see your back legs." Ah wriggled and squirmed, and at last managed to pull his top half out of the giant anthill. As well as mud and thorns, he was now covered in angry ants. They scurried all over him, nipping him with sharp jaws. "Ow!" said Ah. He ran to and fro, trying to shake them off. "Are we playing tag?" asked Elly. She began to waddle after him eagerly. As she did, she wagged her tail. Thunk went her tail against a coconut palm. A shower of coconuts fell on top of Ah. He tried to kick them away. "Oh, goody," said Elly. "You're playing kick the coconut." "I love playing kick the coconut." She began to kick the coconuts at him. As she kicked, she happily wagged her tail. Biff went the coconuts. Wallop went her tail. Whee went Ah, bouncing head over heels. "That was clever," said Elly. "Can you do it again?" And she wagged her tail some more in admiration. "Ah!" cried Ah. Wildly waving his claws, he galloped away. "Are we running races now?" called Elly. She tried to race after him, but Ah ran too fast. She couldn't keep up. Soon, Ah had completely disappeared. Elly was now quite tired and hungry, so she gave up the chase and trotted back to look for her 3 brothers. "It's lunchtime," she called. Her brothers crept out from behind the trees. "Has that dreadful Deinonychus gone?" asked Kenny. "You mean ah?" said Elly. "He is dreadful at hiding, isn't he? But he's quite good at running." "We saw you wallop him with your tail," said Benny. "I wish I had a tail like that." "Me too," said Lenny. "You really showed that dreadful Deinonychus a thing or two." "I showed him lots of games," agreed Elly. "It was fun." She pulled up a mouthful of plants and began to eat. "I think I'll go and find him after lunch," she said happily. "I bet I know where he'll be hiding. I can't wait to play with ah again." The end. 4 Clever Brothers. 4 brothers each learn a very important skill that they use to save a princess from a dragon. "Dear children," said a poor man to his 4 sons, "I have nothing to give you. You must go out into the wide world and try your luck. Begin by learning some craft or another, and see how you can get on." So the 4 brothers took their walking sticks in their hands and their little bundles on their shoulders, and after bidding their father goodbye, went all out at the gate together. When they had got on some way, they came to 4 crossroads, each leading to a different country. Then the eldest said, "Here we must part, but this day 4 years we will come back to this spot, and in the meantime each must try what he can do for himself." So each brother went his way, and as the eldest was hastening on, a man met him and asked him where he was going and what he wanted. "I'm going to try my luck in the world, and should like to begin by learning some art or trade," answered he. "Then," said the man, "go with me, and I will teach you to become the cunningest thief that ever was." "No," said the other, "that is not an honest calling. And what can one look to earn by it in the end but the gallows?" "Oh," said the man, "you need not fear the gallows, for I will only teach you to steal what will be fair game. I meddle with nothing but what no one else can get or care anything about, and where no one can find you out." So the young man agreed to follow his trade, and he soon showed himself so clever that nothing could escape him that he had once set his mind upon. The second brother also met a man, who, when he found out what he was setting out upon, asked him what craft he meant to follow. "I do not know yet," said he. "Then come with me and be a stargazer. It is a noble art, for nothing can be hidden from you when once you understand the stars." The plan pleased him much, and he soon became such a skillful stargazer that when he had served out his time and wanted to leave his master, he gave him a glass and said, "With this you can see all that is passing in the sky and on earth, and nothing can be hidden from you." The third brother met a huntsman, who took him with him and taught him so well all that belonged to hunting, that he became very clever in the craft of the woods. And when he left his master, he gave him a bow, and said, "Whatever you shoot at with this bow, you will sure to hit." The youngest brother, likewise, met a man, who asked him what he wished to do. "Would not you like," said he, "to be a tailor?" "Oh no," said the young man, "sitting cross-legged from morning to night, working backwards and forwards with a needle and goose, will never suit me." "Oh," answered the man, "that is not my sort of tailoring. Come with me, and you will learn quite another kind of craft from that." Not knowing what better to do, he came into the plan, and learnt tailoring from the beginning. And when he left his master, he gave him a needle and said, "You can sew anything with this, be it as soft as an egg or as hard as steel, and the joint will be so fine that no seam will be seen." After the space of 4 years, at the time agreed upon, the 4 brothers met at the 4 crossroads, and having welcomed each other, set off towards their father's home, where they told him all that had happened to them, and how each had learned some craft. Then, one day, as they were sitting before the house under a very high tree, the father said, "I should like to try what each of you can do in this new way." So he looked up and said to the second son, "At the top of this tree there is a chaffinch's nest. Tell me how many eggs there are in it." The stargazer took his glass, looked up, and said, "5." "Now," said the father to the eldest son, "take away the eggs, without letting the bird that is sitting upon them and hatching them know anything of what you are doing." So the cunning thief climbed up the tree, and brought away to his father the 5 eggs from under the bird, and it never saw or felt what he was doing, but kept sitting on at its ease. Then the father took the eggs, and put one on each corner of the table, and the 5th in the middle, and said to the huntsman, "Cut all the eggs in 2 pieces at one shot." The huntsman took up his bow, and at one shot struck all the 5 eggs as his father wished. "Now comes your turn," said he to the young tailor. "Sew the eggs and the young birds in them together again, so neatly that the shot shall have done them no harm." Then the tailor took his needle and sewed the eggs as he was told. And when he had done, the thief was sent to take them back to the nest, and put them under the bird without its knowing it. Then she went on sitting and hatched them, and in a few days they crawled out, and had only a little red streak across their necks where the tailor had sewn them together. "Well done, sons," said the old man. "You have made good use of your time, and learnt something worth the knowing. But I am sure I do not know which ought to have the prize. Oh, that a time might soon come for you to turn your skill to some account." Not long after this, there was a great bustle in the country, for the king's daughter had been carried off by a mighty dragon, and the king mourned over his loss day and night, and made it known that whoever brought her back to him should have her for a wife. Then the 4 brothers said to each other, "Here is a chance for us. Let us try what we can do." And they agreed to see whether they could not set the princess free. "I will soon find out where she is, however," said the stargazer, as he looked through his glass, and he soon cried out, "I see her afar off, sitting upon a rock in the sea, and I can spy the dragon close by, guarding her." Then he went to the king and asked for a ship for himself and his brothers, and they sailed together over the sea till they came to the right place. There they found the princess sitting, as the stargazer had said, on the rock, and the dragon was lying asleep, with his head upon her lap. "I dare not shoot at him," said the huntsman, "for I should kill the beautiful young lady also." "Then I will try my skill," said the thief, and went and stole her away from under the dragon, so quietly and gently that the beast did not know it, but went on snoring. Then away they hastened, with her full of joy, in their boat towards the ship. But soon came the dragon, roaring behind them through the air. For he awoke and missed the princess. But when he got over the boat, and wanted to pounce upon them and carry off the princess, the huntsman took up his bow and shot him straight through the heart, so that he fell down dead. They were still not safe, for he was such a great beast that in his fall he overset the boat, and they had to swim in the open sea upon a few planks. So the tailor took his needle, and with a few large stitches put some of the planks together, and he sat down upon these and sailed about, and gathered up all pieces of the boat, and then tacked them together so quickly that the boat was soon ready. And they then reached the ship and got home safe. When they had brought home the princess to her father, there was great rejoicing. And he said to the 4 brothers, "One of you shall marry her, but you must settle amongst yourselves which it is to be." Then there arose a quarrel between them, and the stargazer said, "If I had not found the princess out, all your skill would have been of no use. Therefore she ought to be mine." "Your seeing her would have been of no use," said the thief, "if I had not taken her away from the dragon. Therefore she ought to be mine." "No, she is mine," said the huntsman. "For if I had not killed the dragon, he would, after all, have torn you and the princess into pieces. And if I had not sewn the boat together again," said the tailor, "you would all have been drowned. Therefore she is mine." Then the king put in a word and said, "Each of you is right. And as all cannot have the young lady, the best way is for neither of you to have her. For the truth is, there is somebody she likes a great deal better. But to make up for your loss, I will give each of you, as a reward for his skill, half a kingdom." So the brothers agreed that this plan would be much better than either quarrelling or marrying a lady who had no mind to have them. And the king then gave to each half a kingdom, as he had said. And they lived very happily the rest of their days, and took good care of their father, and somebody took better care of the young lady than to let either the dragon or one of the craftsmen have her again. Katy and the Unicorn. Katy has a great aunt, who is of course a witch. Her name is Chloe, and despite her advanced years, she is still very sprightly and not at all lacking in energy. A few years ago, she invited Katy to come and stay with her to witness a very special event. The horse, who lived in the field next to her cottage, was due to give birth to a foal. When Katy heard about this invitation, she immediately asked if she could bring her best friend Isis with her. You see, Isis loved horses, and she even owned a pony, which she often let Katy ride. Aunt Chloe agreed, and the visit was arranged. The 2 girls spent Saturday lazing around and chatting, and taking the next door neighbour's dog for a walk on the heath. The big event happened late on Saturday night. In fact, Aunt Chloe had to get the girls out of bed to see it. When they reached the barn, they saw the beige mare was lying on her side in the hay, and her body was already heaving with contractions. She neighed and grunted, but seemed to understand what was happening, and was not at all stressed. Nor was she bothered that 4 people were watching her, although she turned her head to look at Katy and Isis as if to say, "Come in, you are just in time to see my fowl being born." Her thick tail swished and some water gushed out of her. And then a translucent white sac started to appear. It was slightly torn and they could see a horse's hoof inside it. Katy felt a special thrill. She thought, "I've seen plenty of magic, but this is different. This is life. This is a miracle." The farmer went over and started to gently tug the hoof to help the foal emerge. Quite soon, his head and shoulders were out in the open, and the rest of his body quickly followed. He lay on the hay while his mother licked his damp and molted hair. He did not remain still for long, and started to wriggle. In fact, he had only been born a few minutes before he tried to stand up. His gangly legs splayed wide apart. He staggered forward, fell down in the hay, and got up again. "Oh, he's just been born, and he wants to walk. He's so sweet," exclaimed Isis. She already loved the little fowl so much, she wanted to hug him and take him home with her. "Do you notice anything unusual about him?" asked Great Auntie Chloe. His legs are very long," suggested Katy. "No, it's quite normal for horses to be born with long legs. In the wild, they have to be ready to run from predators." "Oh, look, he has a perfect white star on his nose," exclaimed Isis. It was hard to see because the rest of him was a light fawn colour. "Yes, he does," said Chloe. "But it's more than that. Can't you see? There's a little stump growing out of it." Actually, it wasn't really visible. Not unless you had eyes like Aunt Chloe. But Isis said, "You mean like a unicorn?" She was joking, of course. Chloe replied, "Not like a unicorn. He is a unicorn, my dear." Was Great Aunt Chloe joking? It was hard to tell. Isis giggled. Later on, when the girls were back in bed, Isis asked Katy, "What was all that about a unicorn?" And Katy, who was tired after all the excitement, yawned and said, "Anything is possible in this world. Let's see in the morning." Over breakfast, Aunt Chloe explained that the fowl's father was a unicorn, which meant that there was a 50-50 chance that his offspring would be one. "You don't see many unicorns about these days," said Isis dryly. Aunt Chloe nodded as she spread her jam made from very special berries on the toast. She said, "Unicorns were very common in King Arthur's time, but now they are rare indeed, which is one reason why they are so valuable. The other is that their horns can be ground into powder and used in magic spells. Unfortunately, there are bad people, witches mostly, who steal unicorns and sell them on the black market. That is what happened to the father, and I very much fear that the same thieves might come back for the fowl." "Oh, how awful!" exclaimed Katy. "He's just been born and he's already in danger." Well, I think he's safe for now, said Chloe. But in about a year's time, when he's ready to leave his mother, and his horn is showing, we shall have to move him somewhere secret that the thieves don't know about. I know, said Isis. He can come and live in the same stable as my pony. Nobody would think of looking for a unicorn there. And Katie and I, oh, how we would just love to take care of him. In fact, Katie needs a pony, and she could ride him when he's old enough. Oh, let's do that, Aunt Chloe. Please say you'll let us look after him. Well, thank you, said Chloe. I may take you up on that when the time comes. 8 months later, the unicorn, who now had a name, Cupid, came to live with Katie's pony. He had grown quite a bit, but he was still a baby and was tossing his head because he did not know where he had come to. Isis rubbed his neck and said soothingly, There, Cupid. You are going to have a lovely life with us. I know you miss your mother, but this is Hera. She's my pony, and she's going to look after you. And Katie spoke to Isis's pony, saying, Now, you be super nice to Cupid, because he's only little and he misses his mummy. And Hera nodded, because she understood Katie perfectly, and she remembered the day she left her own mother. Cupid's horn was still a little stump, and if anybody asked about it, they'd replied that it was a growth, and the vet said it was harmless. As Cupid grew older, they took him out more and more, letting him play in the meadow, and sometimes leading him around the pen. Although they tried to keep him away from the other horses, over time, more and more people saw him and commented on his horn. By the time he was 3 years old, there was no hiding the fact that he looked just like a unicorn. Katie and Isis were starting to ride him. If he ever tried to kick or bite, Katie spoke to him in his ear, and he liked that so much that he promised to be good. One Friday morning, Isis's mum took the 2 girls to the pony farm super early before school. They went into the stable and could not quite believe their eyes. Cupid's stall was empty. They knew that the stable girl, Emma, sometimes took the ponies out to exercise them, but she usually came in the evenings. The stall was truly puzzling and worrying. Katie spoke to Isis's pony. What happened? She asked. Prrrr, said Isis's pony. A man and woman came in the middle of the night and took her. But you promised to look after her. I neighed and whinnied and kicked my stool, but there's only so much I can do when I'm boxed up in here. Well, I suppose you did your best, said Katie. Now they felt desperate. They went outside. Shall we call the police? Asked Katie. Not likely, said Isis. If we say our unicorn's missing, they will probably lock us up for pranking and wasting their time. So what are we going to do? Asked Katie. Isis's eyes brightened. We'd better solve this mystery ourselves, she said with determination. Because we promised to look after Cupid, and so it's up to us to get him back. And suddenly Katie felt better. She pressed her hand against her friend's. They would do this together. The 2 girls looked around and found some heavy track marks. They might have been left there by a horse van. Katie took a picture of the marks with her phone. It was great to find a clue, but it did not really get them much closer to discovering who the criminals were. All day at school, Katy turned the problem over and over in her mind, when she should have been concentrating on things like her maths and her geography. But she drew a blank. She felt more and more down. It seemed like the thieves had got clean away. On the way home, she sat next to Isis on the bus. Her friend said, "What do you think they'll do with Cupid?" "Sell her, I suppose," replied Katy. And then it hit her. Yes, it was one thing to steal a unicorn and get away with it, but it was quite another to sell it and make a profit. How many people have a unicorn for sale at any one time? "That's it," said Katy. "We have to find out who is selling a 3-year-old unicorn." "Do you mean we should search eBay?" asked Isis. "I don't think he'll turn up there," said Katy. "But we could look in my mum's crystal ball in her shop. Any witch who has something special to sell lists it on the magic market." And so they got off the bus at the shopping precinct and dropped into the magic shop that Katy's mum owned. "Can I show Isis your crystal ball?" asked Katy. "Sure," said her mum, "but be careful not to buy anything by accident." Katy held the ball in her hands and whispered to it, "I want to buy a 3-year-old unicorn." Colours swirled around inside the sphere, and within a few seconds there he was, a 3-dimensional image of Cupid inside the ball, with a price tag of £10 million. "That's incredible," said Isis. Katy spoke again to the ball. "Message to seller. We would like to view unicorn tomorrow. Please make an appointment." A few minutes later, a message came back, and the ball's mysterious voice said, 12 noon tomorrow. A map and image showed them where to go. It appeared to be a house in the countryside, not too far from where Great Aunt Chloe lived. The next day, Katy and Isis felt like real undercover detectives as they sat on the train. They discussed their cover story. Isis would say that she was the daughter of a Russian oil billionaire and that her name was Yelena Babiova. Katy was her equine advisor, which meant that she knew a lot about horses. But how would they actually rescue Cupid if they found him? "This is just a fact-finding mission," said Katy. "We'll get away safely and decide what to do later. We probably need help for the next stage, because it will be even more dangerous." Isis agreed. When they reached their stop, they called a taxi to take them to the seller's house. The driver had trouble finding it, because it was really off the beaten track. When they found the turnoff, they went down a long, winding drive. There were fields, hedges, and trees all around. Eventually, they came to a large white mansion with a fantastic view over the valley. Everywhere you looked, the landscape was lush and green. Several expensive cars were parked in front of the house. The girls got out, and Katy rang the doorbell. A butler answered. Isis spoke in her best phony Russian accent. "We are here to view the special pony." "Come in," said the butler, and he showed them into a conservatory and brought them tea while they waited. In due course, a young woman dressed in a tweed suit came to meet them. She said her name was Eleanor. "That is like me. I am Yelena. That is Russian for Eleanor," said Isis, not forgetting her Russian accent. "Have you come by yourselves? Have you come by yourselves?" asked Eleanor, in a decidedly English accent. "Yes, my father is in Moscow," said Isis, "and I am studying at the boarding school on the south coast." Eleanor looked at Katy. "And this is Violet," said Isis. "She knows everything there is to know about horses, and, of course, about unicorns." Katy could feel a tingle in her spine that told her that Eleanor was a witch. Presumably, Eleanor could sense that Katy was one. In fact, the way she looked at Katy said it all. It takes one to know one, as they say. "Good," said Eleanor. "I am certain you will like the unicorn. Let's go and see him." They went out to the stables. And yes, joy of joys, there was Cupid. He snorted and did a little dance when he saw his friends. "Oh, Cupid, stay still," thought Katy. "Don't let on that you know us." "Can I ride him?" asked Isis. This was not part of the plan, and Katy wondered if it was a good idea. She thought they should make their excuses, leave, and come back with help. But Eleanor agreed. She asked the groom to saddle up Cupid. Isis climbed up into the stirrup and started to walk Cupid around the ring, and then to trot, and all of a sudden she kicked her heels onto his sides. The unicorn, with a little magic as well as horsepower, broke into a canter, took off and cleared the fence. "What are you doing?" cried out Katy in dismay. She realized that she was in a fix, ran for the gate and climbed out of the pen. Eleanor was on her phone. Katy looked around for somewhere to hide and dodged behind a barn. From there, she saw 2 4-wheel drive cars chase Cupid and Isis across the meadow. Cupid was young and not used to going fast. The cars had caught up with him and were circling around and hooting their horns. Isis had no choice but to pull the reins up to halt Cupid. Just then, Katy felt a firm hand on her shoulder. Both she and Isis were prisoners, not to mention Cupid. The 2 girls were escorted back to the conservatory. The door shut firmly behind them, and they heard it lock. Isis tried the glass door that led into the garden. It would not open. "Can you use magic to open it?" she asked Katy. Katy concentrated on the task, but it was no use. The door had been locked by an enchanted combination, and she could not crack the code. Isis looked pale with fear. She sat down on a wicker chair. "We should have told our mothers where we were going," she said forlornly. "Fat chance they would have let us come," said Katy. "It would have been all right if you had stuck to the plan." "I know, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me," said Isis. "I suppose it was just seeing Cupid. It's so outrageous that they just, stole him." Katy shrugged and sat down. This was the worst fix they had ever been in. It was far, far worse than any trouble at school. Soon they heard a loud juddering sound. They looked out of the window and saw a helicopter land on the lawn. It was not long before they heard the lock turn in the door, and a frowning Eleanor came in, accompanied by a crew-cut man in a sharp suit and silk tie. He looked like he had just flown in from the city. "Well, now, Miss Yelena," said Eleanor, "we have done a little investigating. It turns out that your real name is Isis, as in the Egyptian goddess, I presume." "You know your mythology," said Isis pertly. "I know a myth is a mixture of truth and fiction, but you are just one big lie," said their captor. "Who are you calling liars?" said Katy. "Is Eleanor your real name? I don't think so." The lady, who claimed to be Eleanor, blushed slightly. "And at least we don't go around stealing other people's unicorns," said Isis. "Is that so?" asked the man. "Then what exactly was the meaning of today's escapade?" "I was only taking our unicorn back, because you stole him," said Isis. "Well, I see," said Eleanor. "In that case, we shall have to think about what to do with you two. And what is your friend's name?" "Violet," said Katy. She did not see why she should give any information away for free. The unicorn thieves left the girls alone again. Isis began to cry. Katy hugged her friend and said, There, you've been incredibly brave, and I'm so proud of you. Don't worry, we'll get out of this." Isis felt comforted. They would escape, even if it was hard to see how. About half an hour later, they heard a sound at the window. Tap, tap. They looked round, and there, on the other side of the glass door, stood a delightful figure, Cupid. He nodded his shaggy mane at them in acknowledgement, and then he started to back away, before lowering his head and charging at the door. His horn went straight through the lock. He pulled back and shook the splintered pieces of wood off it. Katy easily pushed the broken door open. "Quick, come on," she called. She grabbed a chair so that they could easily climb onto Cupid without stirrups. Isis sat in front because she was the best rider, and she held on to his yellow and purple mane. Katy clung to Isis, and off they rode across the meadow. When they reached the road, they trotted into the village. Fortunately, there was a gymkhana going on, which is an equestrian event including competitions and races on horseback. There were lots of ponies and riders spruced up to look their best. Katy, Isis and Cupid blended into the crowd like a sort of fun and amusing entry. Nobody assumed that Cupid was not a real pony. "We need somebody to help us," said Katy. "How about these two?" suggested Isis. She was looking at a pair of burly fellows, both farmers' sons. They summoned up their courage and went up to them. "Excuse me," said Katy. "There are some bad people after us. If they come, will you see them off?" "Sure," said one of the boys, who looked like he might enjoy a fight. "And there they are," exclaimed Isis, pointing at a black four-wheel drive. The boys gave Eleanor and her male companion evil looks. They wisely stayed in the car. "Do you want us to call the police?" asked one of the girl's chivalrous protectors. Better not," said Katy. "But can I use your phone to call my aunt, please?" The girls' phones had been confiscated when they were captured. The boy handed his phone to Katy. Katy dialed the number. Aunt Chloe was rather old-fashioned and preferred crystal balls to phones. Would she pick up? It rang, and it rang. And then a voice said, "Hello." "Aunt Chloe, we need your help," said Katy. "I'll be there in a jiffy," said her aunt. A few minutes later, they saw an elderly but straight-backed lady riding a white horse. He was, of course, a magic horse who had flown to the village with Chloe on his back. Aunt Chloe took risks like that. She thought that everyone would be concentrating on the ring at the gymkhana, not looking up at the sky, and if anyone did see her, the country-sider would probably take the blame. When the horse nappers in the black car saw her, They started up their engines and drove off. Chloe glared at them. "I know that witch," she said. "She's dangerous. You two girls have taken a very silly risk." But Katie and Isis both had their arms around Cupid's neck, and the three of them looked so sweet that she could not be cross for long. And that was the story of Katie and the Unicorn. King of the Killers. "He's coming! Run!" A stegosaurus lumbered through the trees, bellowing in terror. "Flee for your lives!" squealed a Compsognathus, before racing off as fast as it could. "Get away! Get away!" trumpeted a herd of hadrosaurs as they stampeded in alarm. The only creature not to move was a small brown lizard called Leela. She was basking on a rock beside the lake. Opening one sleepy eye, she watched the dinosaurs rushing around in panic. "Who's coming?" she asked. "The King of the Killers! Run while you can!" wailed a hadrosaur. Leela did not run. She yawned, lay on her rock and waited. A moment later, she heard the thump of heavy feet. Trees crunched and crashed. Branches snapped like straw. With a horrible howl, a Tyrannosaurus Rex charged through the trees and stamped over to the lake. It stopped at the water's edge. Then it glared around, looking for someone to eat. The only animal it could see was Leela, the little brown lizard. Lowering its massive head, the T-Rex bared its teeth. The T-Rex bared its teeth at her. "Why haven't you run?" it snarled. "Haven't you heard? The King of the Killers is here!" "No, he isn't," said Leela calmly. The T-Rex shook its head and roared. "You don't understand! It's me! I'm the King of the Killers!" Leela cast a lazy eye over the T-Rex. It was a very big dinosaur, but it was also very young. "No, you're not," she said. "Yes, I am too," it bellowed. "I'm bigger than all my brothers and sisters. I'm the king of the T-Rexes." "So?" said Leela. "Rex means king, so I'm king twice over. King, that's me. Now, prepare to be gobbled up, you measly mouthful." King opened his great mouth wide, ready to snap Leela up, but Leela did not move. "Don't bother eating me," she said. "Measly mouthful is right. I'm small and tough and stringy. What's more, I'm not afraid. I've seen bigger killers than you." "What? Who? Where?" yelped King in alarm. He whirled around, but he could not spot another dinosaur anywhere. Thumping his tail in anger, King roared, "You're lying! Stringy or not, I'm going to eat you up." Leela pointed at the lake. "Before you do, just look over there," she said. King gazed across the lake. His eyes widened. On the opposite shore was a very fearsome dinosaur indeed. Its huge head was crammed with at least 100 long, sharp teeth. Its eyes were small and mean. Its tail thrashed from side to side as it strode around the lake, and it was coming towards them. "Hey!" gasped King. "Who's that?" "That's Tyrannotitan," Leela said. "He's bigger than you."
Bigger than me? He can't be. Are you sure?
Leela shrugged. We'll soon know, she said. Titan will be here in a few minutes. He heard you bellowing, and he's come to see who's in his hunting ground.
I'm not scared,
said King in a slightly wobbly voice.
I can beat that Titan in a battle, any day.
Quite right, yawned Leela. I'm not scared of Titan either.
You're not?
Oh no, said Leela. Because I didn't actually mean him. I was pointing at that. She pointed again at the lake, just beyond the reeds. King stared at its still surface. Suddenly the lake rippled. The reeds shuddered. The water heaved. Then, with a mighty whoosh of waves, there emerged the biggest head that he had ever seen. It held at least 1,000 wicked teeth, and it was attached to a dripping body that was even bigger than Titan. The new dinosaur glowered at King. Then it began to wade out of the water. It was enormous. King backed away.
What is that? What is it?
He quavered. That's a Spinosaurus, Leela said. See the row of spines along its back? They make a sort of sail. Quite scary, isn't it? King gulped.
I'm not scared. What does it eat?
Meat, fish, dinosaurs, anything that moves, said Leela. That isn't the king of the killers, though.
Oh, good.
No, she's the queen. That's Queen Spinochilla, and this is her lake. She really doesn't care for strange young dinosaurs thumping round it.
Oh,
said King faintly. He stood and stared, not knowing what to do. The two huge predators were heading straight towards him. They both looked bigger and faster than he was, and much meaner. And now it was too late for him to run. The ground shook as Titan stamped around the shore. The lake swirled as Spinochilla lurched out in a tidal wave.
Help!
Whimpered King.
What do I do now?
If you want to be king of the killers, you need to challenge them, said Leela.
But they're bound to win,
he wailed, cowering behind Leela's rock. It didn't even hide 1 foot. No, they're not, said Leela.
Yes, they are. They're bigger than me,
cried King. He dashed behind a tree fern. It didn't even hide 1 leg. Maybe they are bigger, said Leela. But how big are their brains? That's what counts.
What?
Said King, trying to bury his head in the sand. She sighed. Come out of there. I'll help you win, if you'll promise me 1 thing.
What's that?
Never to eat me or my family.
I promise,
said King, shaking sand out of his ears. All right. Now listen carefully. You're going to challenge those two to a race.
But they'll beat me,
protested the T-Rex. Trust me, Leela said. Go on. Show them you're brave. Challenge them. King cleared his throat. He drew himself up to his full height and yelled in a voice that made the trees tremble.
I am the king of the killers, and I challenge you to a race.
Spinochilla and Titan turned their fearsome heads towards him. Challenge accepted, they both roared. Now what? King asked Leela in a whisper. Leela glanced at the approaching dinosaurs. She was so small and weak that they took no notice of her. They were only interested in King. Tell them you want to race up to that line of trees, she said. You have to run in and out of them and then back here again.
Why?
Asked King. Just do it. So King roared out the challenge.
A race through the trees? That's easy, sneered Titan. Far too easy, hissed Spine Chiller. Start us off and watch me win.
All 3 dinosaurs lined up, ready to start the race. King felt quite nervous.
Right, he announced. Ready, steady, oi, wait for me!
The other 2 had already sped away. Spine Chiller ran fast, and Titan ran even faster. King began to pound after them, but he was soon left behind.
This is a terrible idea, he wailed.
Keep running, Leela called. Titan got to the trees first.
Nah,
he jeered. He turned his head to stick his tongue out at the other 2. He wasn't looking where he was going. Next minute, he ran smack into a tree.
Ow!
howled Titan. While he was staggering round in a circle, Spine Chiller raced past him. King puffed along behind her. He had no chance of winning. That was what he thought. But once they reached the trees, Spine Chiller had to slow right down. She was too big to twist and turn between them. King could twist and turn between them, easily. Soon he was in the lead. He galloped to the finish line.
Yes,
he shouted.
I am the champion. I am the king of the killers.
Oh no, you're not, snarled Spine Chiller, thundering up after him. Titan came pounding along behind.
I am,
cried King.
I won the challenge.
It's best of 3, Spine Chiller said.
Best of 3?
That's only fair. Whoever fails the next challenge is out.
Then that will just leave 2 of us, she hissed.
What is the second challenge? Tintin asked. King bent down and pretended to scratch his foot so that Leela could whisper in his ear. Biting, Leela told him. The next challenge is to bite through one of those thick branches lying on the ground. King looked at the huge logs in dismay. He wasn't sure if he was that strong. You can do it, Leela said encouragingly. King gulped, but he couldn't think of a better challenge. So he told the others, You have to bite right through one of those branches. Easy, snarled Spine Chiller. She marched over to the branches, grabbed the biggest one, and crunched. Splinters flew through the air. Spine Chiller spat out the minced up bits of wood and glared at King. Your turn.
Easy,
said King. He seized a branch and munched with all his might. His jaws ached, his teeth hurt, but he just managed to bite his branch in 2.
Humph,
snorted Spine Chiller.
All right, Titan, you go next.
Easy, Titan growled, as he took hold of a branch and shook it in his teeth. Although his jaws were huge, they were not as strong as they looked. Leela knew this. So she was not surprised when Titan dropped the branch without biting through it.
Ha! Loser!
Sneered Spine Chiller. I won that challenge. Now run away, little Titan, before I crunch you up.
She charged at Titan, who squealed in alarm. He turned and crashed off through the trees. Spinechiller grinned at King, showing all her cruel teeth. "Just 2 of us left now," she said. "Time for that last challenge." "All right," said King. "The challenge is—" "Oh, no you don't. It's my turn to choose. And I challenge you to swim across the lake." "Well," hissed Spinechiller, "do you accept, or shall I just bite you in half like a dead twig?" "I accept," squawked King, terrified. Then he slumped to the ground in despair. "Oh, help! I've never swum before," he groaned. "Do you think I can swim?" "No, I don't," said Leela. "Then I'm doomed." "You're not doomed. Get Spinechiller to go first." "Good idea." King looked more hopeful. "While she's in the water, I can run away." "Certainly not," said Leela sternly. "I thought you wanted to be king of the killers. You mustn't run away. What you need to do is this." Once again she whispered in his ear. "Really?" said King, looking puzzled. "Really," Leela said. Spinechiller plunged into the lake to start her swim. As she set off, King began to swing his head from side to side. He wailed and moaned, just as Leela had told him. "Oh, I'm so hungry," he whined. "Oh, I'm starving. It's way past my dinner time. I wish I had a nice plump plesiosaur to eat." "Quiet while I'm swimming," snapped Spinechiller. But King kept on wailing about his empty stomach. "I could eat 100 fine fat fish. I'm longing for a juicy ichthyosaur." He kept it up until she was too far across the lake to hear him. Then, at last, he stopped. "This is useless," he grumbled to Leela. "Why did you tell me to say all that about being hungry? It's not doing any good. Look how fast she's swimming." For Spinechiller was already halfway to the other side. "Watch," said Leela. King stared. Spinechiller was slowing down. She began to swim round and round in circles, snapping at the water with her vicious teeth. "What's she doing?" he asked. "She's hunting," Leela said. Fish were leaping out of the water all around Spinechiller, trying to escape. As the fish fled, she followed them, snapping at their trails and gulping them down whole. Leela turned to King, who put the idea of food into her head. "And there's no room in there for more than one idea," she said. "By the time she gets across the lake, she'll be full of fish. She'll have forgotten all about the challenge." Moments later, they saw Spinechiller climb out of the far side of the lake. She waddled heavily to the bank, and at once lay down to sleep. Her stomach was bulging. "Well, I never," said King, amazed. "I was sure she'd win. She's so big and strong." "Spinechiller's very big indeed," agreed Leela, "except for her brain, which is tiny. And so is her memory. I'm afraid all you big, fierce dinosaurs have very tiny memories." "Not me," said King, lashing his tail indignantly. "So do you remember what the challenge was all about?" "You are now officially king of the killers," Leela said. "And because I helped you beat the other dinosaurs, my family are safe from you forever. Can you remember that?" "Of course I can," huffed King. "Though I wouldn't bother eating a scrawny scrap like you in any case." "Good," Let's face it, he said loftily. I'm the king of the killers, and you're just a tiny, helpless, little... What exactly are you?
A Tuatara, Leela said.
Oh, funny little Tuatara! Ha ha! Well, I won't eat you. I don't suppose you'll last long anyway, with all these huge and hungry dinosaurs around. Goodbye, little measly mouthful.
With a happy roar, King ran off to chase a nice fat hadrosaur. Goodbye, said Leela. She stretched out on her warm rock in the sun and watched him with a lazy smile till he was out of sight. The end. The Island of the 9 Whirlpools. Nigel and the princess will conquer a dragon and a griffin when love and arithmetic collide. The dark arch that led to the witch's cave was hung with a black and yellow fringe of live snakes. As the queen went in, keeping carefully in the middle of the arch, all the snakes lifted their wicked flat heads and stared at her with their wicked yellow eyes. You know, it is not good manners to stare, even at royalty, except of course for cats. And the snakes had been so badly brought up that they even put their tongues out at the poor lady. Nasty, thin, sharp tongues they were too. Now, the queen's husband was, of course, the king. And besides being a king, he was an enchanter, and considered to be quite at the top of his profession. So he was very wise, and he knew that when kings and queens want children, the queen always goes to see a witch. So he gave the queen the witch's address, and the queen called on her, though she was very frightened and did not like it at all. The witch was sitting by a fire of sticks, stirring something bubbly in a shiny copper cauldron. "What do you want, my dear?" she said to the queen. "Oh, if you please," said the queen, "I want a baby, a very nice one. We don't want any expense spared. My husband said—" "Oh yes," said the witch, "I know all about him. And so you want a child? Do you know it will bring sorrow?" "It will bring me joy first," said the queen. "Great sorrow," said the witch. "Greater joy," said the queen. Then the witch said, "Well, have your own way. I suppose it's as much as your place is worth to go back without it?" "The king would be very much annoyed," said the poor queen. "Well, well," said the witch. "What will you give me for a child?" "Anything you ask for, and all I have," said the queen. "Then give me your gold crown." The queen took it off quickly. "And your necklace of blue sapphires." The queen unfastened it. "And your pearl bracelets." The queen unclasped them. "And your ruby clasps." And the queen undid the clasps. "Now the lilies from your breast." The queen gathered together the lilies. "And the diamonds of your little bright shoe buckles." The queen pulled off her shoes. Then the witch stirred the stuff that was in the cauldron, and one by one she threw in the gold crown and the sapphire necklace and the pearl bracelets and the ruby clasps and the diamonds of the little bright shoe buckles, and last of all she threw in the lilies. the stuff in the cauldron boiled up in foaming flashes of yellow and blue and red and white and silver, and sent out a sweet scent. And presently the witch poured it out into a pot and set it to cool in the doorway among the snakes. Then she said to the queen, "Your child will have hair as golden as your crown, eyes as blue as your sapphires. The red of your rubies will lie on its lips, and its skin will be clear and pale as your pearls. Its soul will be white and sweet as your lilies, and your diamonds will be no clearer than its wits." "Oh, thank you, said the queen. "And when will it come?" "You will find it when you get home." "And won't you have something for yourself?" asked the queen. "Any little thing you fancy? Would you like a country or a sack of jewels?" "Nothing, thank you," said the witch. "I could make more diamonds in a day than I should wear in a year." "Well, but do let me do some little thing for you," the queen went on. "Aren't you tired of being a witch? Wouldn't you like to be a duchess or a princess or something like that?" "There is one thing I should rather like," said the witch, "but it's hard to get in my trade." "Oh, tell me what," said the queen. "I should like someone to love me," said the witch. Then the queen threw her arms around the witch's neck and kissed her 100 times. "Why," she said, "I love you better than my life. You've given me a baby, and the baby shall love you too." "Perhaps it will," said the witch. "And when the sorrow comes, send for me. Each of your 50 kisses will be a spell to bring me to you. Now, drink up your medicine, there's a dear, and run along home." So the queen drank the stuff in the pot, which was quite cool by this time, and she went out under the fringe of snakes, and they all behaved like good Sunday school children. Some of them even tried to drop a curtsy to her as she went by, though that is not easy when you are hanging wrong way up by your tail. But the snakes knew the queen was friends with their mistress, so, of course, they had to do their best to be civil. When the queen got home, sure enough, there was the baby lying in the cradle with the royal arms blazoned on it, crying as naturally as possible. It had pink ribbons to tie up its sleeves, so the queen saw at once it was a girl. When the king knew this, he tore his black hair with fury. "Oh, you silly, silly queen," he said. "Why didn't I marry a clever lady? Do you think I went to all the trouble and expense of sending you to a witch to get a girl? You knew well enough it was a boy I wanted, a boy, an heir, a prince, to learn all my magic and my enchantments, and to rule the kingdom after me." "I'll bet a crown, my crown," he said. "You never even thought to tell the witch what kind you wanted. Did you now?" And the queen hung her head and had to confess that she had only asked for a child. "Very well, madam," said the king. "Very well. Have your own way, and make the most of your daughter while she is a child." The queen did. All the years of her life had never held half so much happiness as now lived in each of the moments when she held her little baby in her arms. And the years went on, and the king grew more and more clever at magic, and more disagreeable at home. And the princess grew more beautiful and more dear every day she lived. The Queen and the Princess were feeding the goldfish in the courtyard fountains with crumbs of the Princess's 18th birthday cake, when the King came into the courtyard looking as black as thunder, with his black raven hopping after him. He shook his fist at his family, as indeed he generally did whenever he met them, for he was not a king with pretty home manners. The raven sat down on the edge of the marble basin and tried to peck the goldfish. It was all he could do to show them that he was in the same temper as his master. "A girl indeed," said the King angrily. "I wonder you can dare to look me in the face when you remember how your silliness has spoiled everything." "You oughtn't to speak to my mother like that," said the Princess. She was 18, and it came to her suddenly and all in a moment that she was a grown-up, so she spoke out. The King could not utter a word for several minutes. He was too angry. But the Queen said, "My dear child, don't interfere," quite crossly, for she was frightened. And to her husband she said, "My dear, why do you go on worrying about it? Our daughter is not a boy, it is true, but she may marry a clever man who could rule your kingdom after you, and learn as much magic as you ever cared to teach him." Then the King found his tongue. "If she does marry," he said slowly, "her husband will have to be a very clever man. Oh yes, very clever indeed. And he will have to know a very great deal more magic than I shall ever care to teach him." The Queen knew at once by the King's tone that he was going to be disagreeable. "Ah," she said, "don't punish the child because she loves her mother." "I'm not going to punish her for that," said he. "I'm only going to teach her to respect her father." And without another word, he went off to his laboratory and worked all night, boiling different coloured things in crucibles, and copying charms in curious twisted letters from old brown books, with mould stains on their yellow pages. The next day his plan was all arranged. He took the poor princess to the Lone Tower, which stands on an island in the sea, 1,000 miles from anywhere. He gave her a dowry and settled a handsome income on her. He engaged a competent dragon to look after her, and also a respectable griffin whose birth and upbringing he knew all about. And he said, "Here you shall stay, my dear, respectful daughter, till the clever man comes to marry you. He'll have to be clever enough to sail a ship through the 9 whirlpools that spin around the island, and to kill the dragon and the griffin. Till he comes, you'll never get any older or any wiser. No doubt he will come. No doubt he will soon come. You can employ yourself in embroidering your wedding gown. I wish you joy, my dutiful child." And his carriage, drawn by live thunderbolts — thunder travels very fast — rose in the air and disappeared, and the poor princess was left with the dragon and the griffin on the island of the 9 whirlpools. The Queen, left at home, cried for a day and a night, and then she remembered the witch and called to her, and the witch came and the Queen told her all. "For the sake of the twice 25 kisses you gave me," said the witch, "I will help you. But it is the last thing I can do, and it is not much. Your daughter is under a spell, and I can take you to her. But if I do, you will have to be turned to stone, and to stay so till the spell is taken off the child." "I would be a stone for 1,000 years," said the poor queen, "if at the end of them I could see my daughter again." So the witch took the queen in a carriage drawn by live sunbeams, which travel more quickly than anything else in the world, and much quicker than thunder. And so away and away to the lone tower on the island of the 9 whirlpools. And there was the princess sitting on the floor in the best room of the lone tower, crying as if her heart would break. And the dragon and the griffin were sitting primly on each side of her. "Oh, mother, mother, mother!" she cried, and hung around the queen's neck as if she would never let go. "Now," said the witch, when they had all cried as much as was good for them, "I can do 1 or 2 other little things for you. Time shall not make the princess sad. All days will be like one day till her deliverer comes. And you and I, dear queen, will sit in stone at the gate of the tower. In doing this for you, I lose all my witch's powers. And when I say the spell that changes you to stone, I shall change with you. And if ever we come out of the stone, I shall be a witch no more, but only a happy old woman." Then the 3 kissed one another again and again, and the witch said the spell, and on each side of the door there was now a stone lady. One of them had a stone crown on its head, and a stone sceptre in its hand, but the other held a stone tablet with words on it, which the griffin and the dragon could not read, though they had both had a very good education. And now all days seemed like one to the princess, and the next day always seemed the day when her mother would come out of the stone and kiss her again. And the years went slowly by. The wicked king died, and someone else took his kingdom, and many things were changed in the world. But the island did not change, nor the 9 whirlpools, nor the griffin, nor the dragon, nor the 2 stone ladies. And all the time, from the very first, the day of the princess's deliverance was coming, creeping nearer and nearer and nearer. But no one saw it coming except the princess, and she only in dreams. And the years went by in 10s and in 100s, and still the 9 whirlpools spun around, roaring in triumph the story of many a good ship that had gone down in their swirl, bearing with it some prince who had tried to win the princess and her dowry. And the great sea knew all the other stories of the princes who had come from very far and had seen the whirlpools, and had shaken their wise young heads and said, "'Bout ship," and gone discreetly home to their nice, safe, comfortable kingdoms. But no one told the story of the deliverer who was to come. And the years went by. Now, after more scores of years than you would like to add up on your slate, a certain sailor boy sailed on the high seas with his uncle, who was a skilled skipper. And the boy could reef a sail and coil a rope and keep the ship's nose steady before the wind. And he was as good a boy as you would find in a month of Sundays, and worthy to be a prince. Now, there is something which is wiser than all the world, and it knows when people are worthy to be princes. And this something came from the farther side of the seventh world and whispered in the boy's ear. And the boy heard, though he did not know he heard, and he looked out over the black sea with the white foam horses galloping over it, and far away he saw a light. And he said to the skipper, his uncle, "What light is that?" Then the skipper said, "All things good defend you, Nigel, from sailing near that light. It is not mentioned in all charts, but it is marked in the old chart I steer by, which was my father's father's before me, and his father's father's before him. It is the light that shines from the lone tower that stands above the 9 whirlpools. And when my father's father was young, he heard from the very old man, his great-great-grandfather, that in that tower an enchanted princess, fairer than the day, waits to be delivered. But there is no deliverance, so never steer that way, and think no more of the princess, for that is only an idle tale, but the whirlpools are quite real." So, of course, from that day Nigel thought of nothing else. And as he sailed hither and thither upon the high seas, he saw from time to time the light that shone out to sea across the wild swirl of the 9 whirlpools. And on one night, when the ship was at anchor and the skipper asleep in his bunk, Nigel launched the ship's boat and steered alone over the dark sea towards the light. He dared not go very near till daylight should show him what, indeed, were the whirlpools he had to dread. But when the dawn came, he saw the lone tower standing dark against the pink and primrose of the east, and about its base the sullen swirl of black water. And he heard the wonderful roar of it. So he hung off and on all that day and for 6 days besides. And when he had watched 7 days, he knew something. For you are certain to know something if you give for 7 days your whole thought to it, even though it be only the first declension, or the 9 times table, or the dates of the Norman kings. What he knew was this, that for 5 minutes out of the 1,440 minutes that make up a day, the whirlpools slipped into silence, while the tide went down and left the yellow sand bare. And every day this happened, but every day it was 5 minutes earlier than it had been the day before. He made sure of this by the ship's chronometer, which he had thoughtfully brought with him. So on the 8th day, at 5 minutes before noon, Nigel got ready. And when the whirlpools suddenly stopped whirling and the tide sank, like water in a basin that has a hole in it, he stuck to his oars and put his back into his stroke, and presently beached the boat on the yellow sand. Then he dragged it into a cave and sat down to wait. By 5 minutes and 1 second past noon, the whirlpools were black and busy again, and Nigel peeped out of his cave. And on the rocky ledge overhanging the sea, he saw a princess as beautiful as the day, with golden hair and a green gown, and he went out to meet her. "I've come to save you," he said. "How darling and beautiful you are." "You are very good, and very clever, and very dear," said the princess, smiling and giving him both her hands. He shut a little kiss in each hand before he let them go. "So now, when the tide is low again, I will take you away in my boat," he said. "But what about the dragon and the griffin?" asked the princess. Dear me, said Nigel. I didn't know about them. I suppose I can kill them? Don't be a silly boy, said the princess, pretending to be very grown up. For, though she had been on the island, time only knows how many years, she was just 18, and she still liked pretending. You haven't a sword, or a shield, or anything. Well, don't the beasts ever go to sleep? Why, yes, said the princess, but only once in 24 hours, and then the dragon is turned to stone. But the griffin has dreams. The griffin sleeps at tea time every day, but the dragon sleeps every day for 5 minutes, and every day it is 3 minutes later than it was the day before. What time does he sleep today? Asked Nigel. At 11, said the princess. Ah, said Nigel. Can you do sums? No, said the princess sadly. I was never good at them. Then I must, said Nigel. I can, but it's slow work, and it makes me very unhappy. It'll take me days and days. Don't begin yet, said the princess. You'll have plenty of time to be unhappy when I'm not with you. Tell me about yourself. So he did, and then she told him all about herself. I know I've been here a long time, she said, but I don't know what time is. And I am very busy sewing silk flowers on a golden gown for my wedding day. And the griffin does the housework. His wings are so convenient and feathery for sweeping and dusting. And the dragon does the cooking. He's hot inside, so, of course, it's no trouble to him. And though I don't know what time is, I'm sure it's time for my wedding day, because my golden gown only wants one more white daisy on the sleeve, and a lily on the bosom of it, and then it will be ready. Just then they heard a dry, rustling clatter on the rocks above them, and a snorting sound. It's the dragon. Just then they heard a dry, rustling clatter on the rocks above them, and a snorting sound. It's the dragon, said the princess hurriedly. Goodbye. Be a good boy, and get your sum done. And she ran away and left him to his arithmetic. Now, the sum was this. If the whirlpools stop and the tide goes down once in every 24 hours, and they do it 5 minutes earlier every 24 hours, and if the dragon sleeps every day, and he does it 3 minutes later every day, in how many days and at what time in the day will the tide go down 3 minutes before the dragon falls asleep? It is quite a simple sum, as you see. You could do it in a minute, because you have been to a good school and have taken pains with your lessons. But it was quite otherwise with poor Nigel. He sat down to work out his sum with a piece of chalk on a smooth stone. He tried it by practice and the unitary method, by multiplication and by rule of 3 3/4. He tried it by decimals and by compound interest. He tried it by square root and by cube root. He tried it by addition, simple and otherwise, and he tried it by mixed examples in vulgar fractions. But it was all of no use. Then he tried to do the sum by algebra, by simple and by quadratic equations, by trigonometry, by logarithms, and by conic sections. But it would not do. He got an answer every time, it is true, but it was always a different one, and he could not feel sure which answer was right. And just as he was feeling how much more important than anything else it is to be able to do your sums. The princess came back, and now it was getting dark. "Why, you've been 7 hours over that sum," she said, "and you haven't done it yet. Look here, this is what is written on the tablet of the statue by the lower gate. It has figures in it. Perhaps it is the answer to the sum." She held out to him a big white magnolia leaf, and she had scratched on it with the pin of her pearl brooch, and it had turned brown where she had scratched it, as magnolia leaves will do. Nigel read, "After 9 days, T-I-I 24, D-I-I 27 ands. P.S. And the griffin is artificial. R." He clapped his hands softly. "Dear Princess," he said, "I know that's the right answer. It says R too, you see. But I'll just prove it." So he hastily worked the sum backward in decimals and equations and conic sections and all the rules he could think of. And it came right every time. "So now we must wait," she said. And they waited. And every day the princess came to see Nigel and brought him food cooked by the dragon. And he lived in his cave and talked to her when she was there and thought about her when she was not. And they were both as happy as the longest day in summer. Then at last came the day. Nigel and the princess laid their plans. "You're sure he won't hurt you, my only treasure?" said Nigel. "Quite," said the princess. "I only wish I were half as sure that he wouldn't hurt you." "My princess," he said tenderly, "two great powers are on our side. The power of love and the power of arithmetic. Those two are stronger than anything else in the world." So when the tide began to go down, Nigel and the princess ran out to the sands, and there, in full sight of the terrace where the dragon kept watch, Nigel took his princess in his arms and kissed her. The griffin was busy sweeping the stairs of the lone tower, but the dragon saw, and he gave a cry of rage, and it was like 20 engines all letting off steam at the top of their voices inside Cannon Street Station. And the two lovers stood looking up at the dragon. He was dreadful to look at. His head was white with age, and his beard had grown so long that he caught his claws in it as he walked. His wings were white with the salt that had settled on them from the spray of the sea. His tail was long and thick, and jointed and white, and had little legs to it, any number of them, far too many, so that it looked like a very large fat silkworm. And his claws were as long as lessons and as sharp as bayonets. "Goodbye, love," cried Nigel, and ran out across the yellow sand toward the sea. He had one end of a cord tied to his arm. The dragon was clambering down the face of the cliff, and next moment he was crawling and writhing and sprawling and wriggling across the beach after Nigel, making great holes in the sand with his heavy feet, and the very end of his tail, where there were no legs, made, as it dragged, a mark in the sand, such as you make when you launch a boat. And he breathed fire till the wet sand hissed, and the water of the little rock pools got quite frightened and all went off in steam. Still, Nigel held on, and the dragon after him. The princess could see nothing for the steam, and she stood crying bitterly, but still holding on tight with her right hand to the other end of the cord, that Nigel had told her to hold, while with her left hand she held the ship's chronometer and looked at it through her tears as he had bidden her to look, so as to know when to pull the rope. On went Nigel over the sand, and on went the dragon after him, and the tide was low and sleepy little waves lapped the sand's edge. Now, at the lip of the water, Nigel paused and looked back, and the dragon made a bound, beginning a scream of rage that was like all the engines of all the railways in England. But it never uttered the second half of that scream, for now it knew suddenly that it was sleepy. It turned to hurry back to dry land, because sleeping near whirlpools is so unsafe. But before it reached the shore, sleep caught it and turned it to stone. Nigel, seeing this, ran shoreward for his life, and the tide began to flow in, and the time of the whirlpool's sleep was nearly over. And he stumbled, and he waded, and he swam, and the princess pulled for dear life at the cord in her hand, and pulled him up onto the dry shelf of rock, just as the great sea dashed in and made itself once more into the girdle of 9 whirlpools all around the island. But the dragon was asleep under the whirlpools, and when he woke up from being asleep, he found he was drowned. So there was an end of him. "Now there's only the griffin," said Nigel. And the princess said, "Yes, only—" And she kissed Nigel and went back to sew the last leaf of the last lily on the bosom of her wedding gown. She thought and thought of what was written on the stone about the griffin being artificial, and next day she said to Nigel, "You know, a griffin is half a lion and half an eagle, and the other 2 halves, when they've joined, make the leogriff. But I've never seen him. Yet I have an idea." So they talked it over and arranged everything. When the griffin fell asleep that afternoon at tea time, Nigel went softly behind him and trod on his tail. And at the same time the princess cried, "Look out! There's a lion behind you!" And the griffin, waking suddenly from his dreams, twisted his large neck round to look for the lion, saw a lion's flank, and fastened its eagle beak in it. For the griffin had been artificially made by the king enchanter, and the 2 halves had never really got used to each other. So now the eagle half of the griffin, who was still rather sleepy, believed that it was fighting a lion, and the lion part, being half asleep, thought it was fighting an eagle, and the whole griffin, in its deep drowsiness, hadn't the sense to pull itself together and remember what it was made of. So the griffin rolled over and over, one end of it fighting the other, till the eagle end pecked the lion end to death, and the lion end tore the eagle end with its claws till it died. And so the griffin that was made of a lion and an eagle perished, exactly as if it had been made of Kilkenny cats. "Poor griffin," said the princess. "It was very good at the housework. I always liked it better than the dragon. It wasn't so hot-tempered." At that moment there was a soft, silky rush behind the princess, and there was her mother, the queen, who had slipped out of the stone statue at the moment the griffin was dead, and now came hurrying to take her dear daughter in her arms. The witch was clambering slowly off her pedestal. She was a little stiff from standing still so long. When they had all explained everything over and over to each other as many times as was good for them, the witch said, "Well, But what about the Whirlpools? And Nigel said he didn't know. Then the witch said, I'm not a witch anymore. I'm only a happy old woman. But I know some things still. Those whirlpools were made by the enchanter kings dropping 9 drops of his blood into the sea. And his blood was so wicked that the sea has been trying ever since to get rid of it. And that made the whirlpools. Now you've only got to go out at low tide. So Nigel understood and went out at low tide and found in the sandy hollow left by the first whirlpool a great red ruby. That was the first drop of the wicked king's blood. The next day Nigel found another, and next day another, and so on till the 9th day, and then the sea was as smooth as glass. The 9 rubies were used afterwards in agriculture. You had only to throw them out into a field if you wanted it ploughed. Then the whole surface of the land turned itself over in its anxiety to get rid of something so wicked. And in the morning the field was found to be ploughed as thoroughly as any young man at Oxford. So the wicked king did some good after all. When the sea was smooth, ships came from far and wide, bringing people to hear the wonderful story. And a beautiful palace was built, and the princess was married to Nigel in her gold dress, and they all lived happily as long as was good for them. The dragon still lies, a stone dragon on the sand, and at low tide the little children play around him and over him. But the pieces that were left of the griffin were buried under the herb bed in the palace garden, because it had been so good at housework, and it wasn't its fault that it had been made so badly, and put to such poor work as guarding a lady from her lover. I have no doubt that you will wish to know what the princess lived on during the long years when the dragon did the cooking. My dear, she lived on her income, and that is a thing that a great many people would like to be able to do. Save the Unicorn. Chapter 1. Unicorn! Unicorn! Shouted Kia. I've just seen a unicorn! Everyone in the marketplace turned to stare at her. Her father, Jed the blacksmith, dropped his hammer in amazement. A unicorn? Impossible! No one's seen a unicorn round here in 20 years. Well, I did, insisted Kia. It was down in the forest, by the pool. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. It had a horn as long as my arm. It was so beautiful, sighed Kia. The unicorn had been standing quite still, gazing down into the water. It had looked like a statue carved from moonlight. What's that? You found a unicorn? At the booming voice behind her, Kia spun round. Sir Crabcut was striding across the market square. Sir Crabcut lived in the castle. He was as broad and impatient as a bull with ginger whiskers. They bristled fiercely when he spoke, or rather when he bellowed. He only had one tone of voice, which was loud. Right now his eyes were bulging with disbelief. You? He thundered. You found a unicorn? A scruffy brat like you? Kia dropped a curtsy. Yes, sir, she said proudly. Humph! What did you do with it? I didn't do anything, said Kia. I just crept away, so as not to frighten it. What? He roared. You silly girl! Why didn't you catch it? I could have added it to my collection. Collection? Kia was bemused. Then, with a gasp of horror, she realized what he meant. Once, peeping through the castle window, she'd seen a host of glass eyes staring back. Animals' heads were ranged around the wall. There were stags, wild-eyed wolves, surely bears, and even a small, sad dragon.
"Come to think of it," snorted Sir Crabcut, "a grubby little peasant girl like you could never catch a unicorn. But it's just what I need for my collection. It'll look perfect over the fireplace."
He turned and bellowed at the crowd.
"Well, what are you waiting for, men? Fetch the horses. Get your weapons and saddle up. We're going hunting."
"What?" cried Kia. "You can't."
"I most certainly can. Jump to it,"
snapped Sir Crabcut, and the crowd jumped to it and began to run for their horses. Kia caught her father's arm. "You mustn't let him catch the unicorn," she begged. The blacksmith scratched his head. "I don't like it, but how can we stop him? Sir Crabcut's our master. If we disobey him, he'll clap us in chains." "Well, he's not my master," declared Kia. "If you can't save the unicorn, I will. I'll drive it away before he gets there. Can I borrow a horse?" "Sir Crabcut will take all the fast horses, but you can have old Molly if you like. Be careful." Chapter 2. Kia hurried to the field where Molly, the old grey mare, was grazing, and scrambled up onto her back. "Run like the wind," she urged. Molly could not run like the wind. She could trot like a gentle breeze. She was balding and scarred and wheezy from many years of pulling carts, but she was always happy to carry Kia. Down to the woods she ambled, with Kia anxiously glancing over her shoulder. There was no sign of Sir Crabcut, yet. Inside the forest, all was still and silent. A carpet of leaves swallowed the sound of Molly's hooves. The trees reached out with long, grasping fingers to pull Kia's hair and tug at her clothes. But she urged Molly on, until at last she saw a glimmer like a star caught in the black net of trees. She dismounted from Molly to creep closer. She hadn't been mistaken. There stood the unicorn, poised and graceful by the pool. The unicorn looks down into the pool. Kia caught her breath. She couldn't help murmuring, "Oh, it's lovely." The unicorn looked up at her, then back at its reflection in the water. It tilted its head elegantly. "Yes, I am rather magnificent, aren't I?" it said. "You can talk?" "Well, of course. All unicorns can talk. We're very clever beasts. I've come to warn you," said Kia. "Oh?" "You've got to leave," she urged. "Leave now. Run away before Sir Crabcut comes to catch you." "Catch me? Really? I don't think so." "He wants to cut your head off and stick it on his wall." The unicorn sniffed and tossed its silky mane. "Ha! No one can catch me. We unicorns are far too clever to get caught." "Why, I could have caught you just now," cried Kia. "You let me walk right up to you. I could catch you easily." The unicorn looked down its sleek white nose at her. "No, you couldn't." "Could." "Couldn't," said the unicorn. glancing down again at its reflection with a complacent smile. Kia whipped off her cloak and threw it over the unicorn's head. As the unicorn wheeled and stamped, she held on tight. "See, I've caught you." "No, you haven't," said the cloak in a muffled voice. "I wasn't trying." "You couldn't catch me if I was trying." Kia unwrapped her cloak. "All right," she said with gritted teeth. "Start trying." The unicorn galloped off around the pool. "Ha! You can't catch me now," it whinnied. But Kia marched away in the other direction, under the trees. Taking an apple from her pocket, she laid it on the ground. She climbed the tree above it and draped herself along a low branch. Then she called out, "Hey, unicorn! Here's a lovely fresh apple." "Where?" "Just here. Looks delicious." Eagerly, the unicorn trotted over. As it nosed at the apple, Kia dropped from her branch onto its back. Although it bucked and snorted, it couldn't throw her off. "See?" she panted. "I caught you again." "I let you catch me," retorted the unicorn sulkily. "I knew it was a trick. And don't hang on my horn like that. You might break it." "That's not a bad idea," she said, sliding off its back. "Without your horn, Saw Crabgut would think you were an ordinary horse. Then he'd leave you alone." But the unicorn squealed indignantly. "An ordinary horse? Moi? And how can you talk about breaking my beautiful horn? They never grow back, you know." "Then there's nothing else for it. You've got to run away," said Kia firmly. "Sir Crabgut will be here soon with his men." The unicorn snorted. "I'm not scared. I can outwit anybody." "You can't even outwit me." "Oh, you don't count. You're just a scruffy little girl," declared the unicorn. It munched up the apple and strolled away. Kia clenched her fists. She wanted to scream. Nonetheless, she had vowed to save this unicorn, and that was what she would do, whether the unicorn liked it or not. But time was running out. Chapter 3. Dusk was thickening beneath the trees. The moon was rising, so that a second, fragile moon shimmered in the pool. Kia was thinking hard. If she could only lure the unicorn over to her again, and somehow harness it, then she could lead it away. She began to pull long strands of ivy from the trees, and knotted them together to make a rope. Next, picking up an ash branch, she peeled away the bark until the wood was as smooth and pale as the unicorn's horn. Then she went to find Molly. "Molly, here, girl," she called softly. The old mare was grazing under the trees. When she trudged over, Kia held the branch against her scarred grey head and tied it carefully into position with some ivy. "There! How do you like being a unicorn?" Molly shook her head experimentally. The branch stayed in place. It isn't very realistic," decided Kia. "But then, the unicorn isn't very bright. Now stand there, Molly, and don't move." She arranged an ivy noose on the ground nearby, and ran off to find the unicorn. "Oh, do come and look," she called. "I found another one." "Another what?" "Another unicorn. It's over here. Just follow me." The unicorn cantered after her. On seeing Molly, it threw back its head and whinnied joyfully. Unicorn! Unicorn! As it trotted forward, it placed a foot inside the ivy noose. At once, Kia pulled it tight. Caught you! No, you didn't, said the unicorn, trying unsuccessfully to free its leg. Did? Didn't. I'm just about to get free. Any second now. But... Kia stopped. There was a crashing of branches, a clashing of swords, and a neighing of horses. Any second now, you'll be dead, she cried. Quick, there's no time to run. Lie down. How dare you order me about, huffed the unicorn. Kia tugged at the noose, and its legs shot up in the air. It landed on its side in the dead leaves, snorting indignantly. I have never been so... it began, but Kia threw her cloak over it. Quiet! She hissed. Swiftly, she heaped armfuls of brown leaves over the cloak. By the time Sir Crabcut and his men rode into the clearing, she was standing innocently in front of a large pile of dead leaves. Well, roared Sir Crabcut, where's the unicorn, wretched child? I think it must have gone away, said Kia, hoping the unicorn would not try to stand up. She heard a faint shuffle from the heap of leaves. Sir Crabcut frowned. Dismounting from his horse, he strode forward, whiskers quivering. What's that? He drew his sword. Look! Cried Jed the blacksmith. Look! A unicorn! And he pointed. Not at the pile of rustling leaves, but in the other direction, towards the pool. There stood Molly, gazing down into the water. The moonlight painted her grey coat silver. From this distance, the ash stick strapped to her forehead shone as white and sharp as a horn. Then Molly raised her head and slipped away into the trees. After it! Catch it! Yelled Sir Crabcut. Leaping back on his horse, he set off in pursuit. The blacksmith and the other riders galloped after him. They hurtled around the pool and into the depths of the forest. Kia was alone. The unicorn rolled over and sat up, blowing the leaves. Hoo! Told you they wouldn't catch me, it panted. No, said Kia miserably. They'll catch Molly instead. It won't take them long. She can't run very fast or very far. And then Sir Crabcut will be furious. He might kill her, and it's all your fault. She sat down in the dead leaves and burst into tears. Chapter 4. After a few moments, she felt something nudge against her legs. The unicorn had laid down beside her. It rested its head on her lap and looked up at her with glistening eyes. One huge silver tear rolled down its face. Oh my, said Kia, and she used her cloak to wipe first the unicorn's face and then her own. It's not really your fault, she whispered, sniffing. It's my fault, for telling Sir Crabcut about you in the first place. I wish I'd never said a word. I don't want Molly to get killed, wailed the unicorn. I'll go and give myself up right now. It began to lurch to its feet. No, you mustn't, stop. For Kia could hear the rumble of returning hooves. She pushed the protesting unicorn back down into the leaves and covered it up again. Then she hurried forward to meet the horsemen cantering back through the twilight. Sir Crabcut held Molly's reins in his hairy fist. Furiously, he dragged the horse into the moonlit clearing. She was wheezing dreadfully and limping. The ash stick dangled from her shoulders in a tangle of ivy. Sir Crabcut seized the stick and waved it at Kia.
"What do you know about this then, eh?" he bellowed.
Kia gazed up at him, biting her lip. She did not know what to say.
"Well?"
It was her father Jed who answered. "It's nothing to do with her. You can see she's as surprised as the rest of us. It's just somebody's idea of a joke. It fooled us all."
"Humph!" growled Sir Crabcut. "Silly little girl, who can't tell the difference between a unicorn and a cart horse."
I'm very sorry, sir," said Kia.
"I might have known it was a waste of time," he grunted. "There are no unicorns round here any more. It's 20 years since I last saw a unicorn in this forest, and I would have caught it too, if its horn hadn't broken off in my trap and let it get away."
"Well, I expect it must have told the other unicorns," suggested Kia, "and they were all too scared of you to ever come back."
Scared of me? Yes, that's very likely."
Sir Crabcut twirled his ginger moustache. Kia put her hand on Molly's back. She could feel the old mare's flanks heaving breathlessly. "Are you going to chop off Molly's head?"
"What would I want with an old horse's head on my wall? It would look very vulgar. I only collect rare and special animals."
"I hear somebody spotted a griffin the other week," said Jed the blacksmith casually. Sir Crabcut's eyes brightened.
"A griffin? Where?"
"Oh, miles away. Too far for you to go."
"It's never too far for a griffin. Now that would look good on my wall. I'll have to set up an expedition."
So Crabcut let go of Molly at last.
"Well, come on, men. Enough dawdling. I want my dinner."
He set off at a canter towards the castle. His tired men trooped after him. Only the blacksmith stayed behind. "A griffin should keep him busy for a while," he chuckled. "I hope so. I was so worried about Molly." Kia threw her arms around the old mare's neck and hugged her. "Brave girl, leading them away like that. It's just as well so Crabcut's even more stupid than the unicorn." "Who are you calling stupid?" The unicorn rose up haughtily. A rustling drift of leaves fell from its back. "Well, fancy thinking Molly's horn was real," said Kia. "Do you think I don't know another unicorn when I see one?" It walked gracefully over to Molly and nuzzled against her shoulder. "Oh, honestly, couldn't you see it was only—" Kia paused. Slowly, she reached up and stroked Molly's grey head. It was growing too dark to see clearly, but her fingers felt a hard, round scar in the middle of Molly's forehead. "Dad," she whispered, "where did you get Molly?" Jed shrugged. "I don't know where she came from. She just wandered into our field one day when I was a boy 20 years ago. Now, what are we going to do with this unicorn?" "You're not doing anything with me." The unicorn stamped impatiently. "I'm taking Molly home." "Molly?" asked Jed, bewildered. The old horse sighed. Then, in a cracked, husky voice that had not been used for years, Molly wheezed, "I tried to go home, but I forgot the way." "Oh, poor Molly!" Really, Kia thought, stroking her ragged mane, unicorns weren't very bright at all. "Then it's lucky that I know the right path," said the unicorn. "I'll show you now. Come on." Kia stood back with her father and watched the pair of them prance around the pool. Molly followed the younger unicorn eagerly, tossing her stiff old head in joy. The moonlight bathed them both in liquid silver. Shining like a pair of stars, they trotted away beneath the trees. Slowly, the light faded until it was no more than a glimmer in the dusk. But just before they disappeared for good, Kia heard a last, faint, whiny echo through the woods. "You can't catch me!" The end. Singing in the Rain. Sukhiya Kaka lived in a village called Bituna. Bituna was famous all over Rajasthan for its singers. No celebration was complete without Sukhiya Kaka's sweet songs. Today he had been invited to the village Jalara. Sukhiya Kaka twirled his big moustache and set off. He was singing Rag Malhar. "Come to me, O rolling clouds." Suddenly he heard "Doop, doop, doop, doop." Was someone giving him a beat to his song? Dino, the dinosaur, came running towards him. Sukhiya Kaka was so happy to see him. "You don't get such a big listener every day." "Come to me, O rolling clouds, shower me with lovely rain." Sukhiya Kaka and Dino sang a duet and did a little jig to keep time. The clouds just had to listen to them. Lightning flashed and the wind danced. Dark clouds came rolling in. Sukhiya Kaka and Dino laughed with joy. As the rain came pouring down, Sukhiya Kaka and Dino shared a small umbrella. Then off they went to Jalora, following the smell of yummy pakoras, singing, "Oh, thank you for the lovely rain, oh la la la." The deliverers of their country. It all began with Effie's getting something in her eye. It hurt very much indeed, and it felt something like a red-hot spark. Only it seemed to have legs as well, and wings like a fly. Effie rubbed and cried. Not real crying, but the kind your eye does all by itself, without you being miserable inside your mind. And then she went to her father to have the thing in her eye taken out. Effie's father was a doctor, so of course he knew how to take things out of eyes. He did it very cleverly with a soft paintbrush dipped in castor oil. When he had gotten the thing out, he said, "This is very curious." Effie had often got things in her eye before, and her father had always seemed to think it was natural. Rather tiresome and naughty perhaps, but still natural. He had never before thought it curious. Effie stood holding her handkerchief to her eye and said, "I don't believe it's out." People always say this when they have had something in their eye. "Oh yes, it's out," said the doctor. "Here it is, on the brush. This is very interesting." Effie had never heard her father say that about anything that she had any share in. She said, "What?" The doctor carried the brush very carefully across the room and held the point of it under his microscope. Then he twisted the brass screws of the microscope and looked through the top with one eye. "Dear me," he said. "Dear, dear me! 4 well-developed limbs, a long caudal appendage, 5 toes, unequal in lengths, almost like one of the Laxatidae, yet there are traces of wings." The creature under his eye wriggled a little in the castor oil, and he went on, "Yes, a bat-like wing. A new specimen, undoubtedly. Effie, run round to the Professor and ask him to be kind enough to step in for a few minutes." "You might give me 6pence, Daddy," said Effie, "because I did bring you the new specimen. I took great care of it inside my eye, and my eye does hurt." The doctor was so pleased with the new specimen that he gave Effie a shilling, and presently the Professor stepped round. He stayed to lunch, and he and the doctor quarrelled very happily all the afternoon about the name and the family of the thing that had come out of Effie's eye. But at tea time, another thing happened. Effie's brother Harry fished something out of his tea, which he thought at first was an earwig. He was just getting ready to drop it on the floor and end its life in the usual way, when it shook itself in the spoon, spread 2 wet wings, and flopped onto the tablecloth. There it sat, stroking itself with its feet and stretching its wings, and Harry said, "Why, it's a tiny newt." The Professor leaned forward before the doctor could say a word. "I'll give you 1/2 crown for it, Harry, my lad," he said, speaking very fast, and then he picked it up carefully on his handkerchief. "It is a new specimen," he said, "and finer than yours, Doctor." It was a tiny lizard, about 1/2 an inch long, with scales and wings. So now the Doctor and the Professor each had a specimen, and they were both very pleased. But before long, these specimens began to seem less valuable. For the next morning, when the knife boy was cleaning the Doctor's boots, he suddenly dropped the brushes and the boot and the blacking and screamed out that he was burnt. And from inside the boot came crawling a lizard as big as a kitten, with large shiny wings. "Why," said Effie, "I know what it is. It is a dragon like the one St. George killed." And Effie was right. That afternoon, Towser was bitten in the garden by a dragon about the size of a rabbit, which he had tried to chase. And the next morning, all the papers were full of the wonderful winged lizards that were appearing all over the country. The papers would not call them dragons, because, of course, no one believes in dragons nowadays. And at any rate, the papers were not going to be so silly as to believe in fairy stories. At first, there were only a few, but in a week or two, the country was simply running alive with dragons of all sizes, and in the air you could sometimes see them as thick as a swarm of bees. They all looked alike, except as to size. They were green with scales, and they had 4 legs and a long tail, and great wings like bats' wings. Only the wings were a pale, half-transparent yellow, like the gearboxes on bicycles. They breathed fire and smoke, as all proper dragons must. But still the newspapers went on pretending they were lizards, until the editor of the Standard was picked up and carried away by a very large one, And then the other newspaper people had not anyone left to tell them what they ought not to believe. So when the largest elephant in the zoo was carried off by a dragon, the papers gave up pretending and put "Alarming Plague of Dragons" at the top of the paper. You have no idea how alarming it was, and at the same time how aggravating. The large-sized dragons were terrible, certainly. But when once you had found out that the dragons always went to bed early because they were afraid of the chill night air, you had only to stay indoors all day and you were pretty safe from the big ones. But the smaller sizes were a perfect nuisance. The ones as big as earwigs got in the soap, and they got in the butter. The ones as big as dogs got in the bath, and the fire and smoke inside then made them steam like anything when the cold water tap was turned on, so that careless people were often scolded quite severely. The ones that were as large as pigeons would get into work baskets or corner drawers and bite you when you were in a hurry to get a needle or a handkerchief. The ones as big as sheep were easy to avoid, because you could see them coming. But when they flew in at the windows and curled up under your eiderdown, and you did not find them till you went to bed, it was always a shock. The ones this size did not eat people, only lettuce, but they always scorched the sheets and pillowcases dreadfully. Of course, the county council and the police did everything that could be done. It was no use offering the hand of the princess to anyone who killed a dragon. This way was all very well in olden times, when there was only one dragon and one princess. But now there were far more dragons than princesses, although the royal family was a large one. And besides, it would have been a mere waste of princesses to offer rewards for killing dragons, because everybody killed as many dragons as they could, quite out of their own heads and without rewards at all, just to get the nasty things out of the way. The county council undertook to cremate all dragons delivered at their offices between the hours of 10 and 2. And whole wagon loads and cart loads and truckloads of dead dragons could be seen any day of the week, standing in a long line in the street where the county council had their offices. Boys brought barrow loads of dead dragons, and children, on their way home from morning school, would call in to leave the handful or two of little dragons they had brought in their satchels, or carried in their knotted pocket handkerchiefs. And yet there seemed to be as many dragons as ever. Then the police stuck up great wood and canvas towers, covered with patent glue. When the dragons flew against these towers, they stuck fast, as flies and wasps do on the sticky papers in the kitchen. And when the towers were covered all over with dragons, the police inspector used to set fire to the towers, and burnt them and dragons and all. And yet there seemed to be more dragons than ever. The shops were full of patent dragon poison and anti-dragon soap and dragon-proof curtains for the windows, and indeed everything that could be done was done. And yet there seemed to be more dragons than ever. It was not very easy to know what would poison a dragon, because, you see, they ate such different things. The largest kind ate elephants, as long as there were any, and then went on with horses and cows. Another size ate nothing but lilies of the valley, and a third size ate only prime ministers if they were to be had, and, if not, would feed freely on servants in livery. Another size lived on bricks, and 3 of them ate 2/3 of the South Lambeth Infirmary in one afternoon. But the size Effie was most afraid of was about as big as your dining room, and that size ate little girls and boys. At first, Effie and her brother were quite pleased with the change in their lives. It was so amusing to sit up all night instead of going to sleep, and to play in the garden lighted by electric lamps. And it sounded so funny to hear Mother say when they were going to bed, "Good night, my darlings, sleep sound all day, and don't get up too soon. You must not get up before it's quite dark. You wouldn't like the nasty dragons to catch you." But after a time, they got very tired of it all. They wanted to see the flowers and the trees growing in the fields, and to see the pretty sunshine out of doors, and not just through glass windows and patent dragon-proof curtains. And they wanted to play on the grass, which they were not allowed to do in the electric lamp-lighted garden because of the night dew. And they wanted so much to get out, just for once, in the beautiful, bright, dangerous daylight, that they began to try and think of some reasons why they ought to go out. Only they did not like to disobey their mother. But one morning their mother was busy preparing some new dragon poison to lay down in the cellar, and their father was bandaging the hand of the boot boy, which had been scratched by one of the dragons who liked to eat prime ministers when they were to be had, so nobody remembered to say to the children, "Don't get up till it's quite dark." "Go now," said Harry. "It would not be disobedient to go out, and I know exactly what we ought to do, but I don't know how we ought to do it." "What ought we to do?" said Effie. "We ought to wake up St. George, of course," said Harry. He was the only person in his town who knew how to manage dragons. The people in the fairy tales don't count. But St. George is a real person, and he is only asleep, and he is waiting to be waked up. Only nobody believes in St. George now. I heard Father say so. "We do," said Effie. "Of course we do. And don't you see, Eff, that's the very reason why we could wake him. You can't wake people if you don't believe in them, can you?" Effie said no. But where could they find St. George? "We must go and look," said Harry boldly. "You shall wear a dragon-proof frock, made of stuff like the curtains, and I will smear myself all over with the best dragon poison. And—" Effie clasped her hands and skipped with joy and cried, "Oh, Harry, I know where we can find St. George. In St. George's Church, of course." Said Harry, wishing he had thought of it for himself. "You have a little sense sometimes, for a girl." So the next afternoon, quite early, long before the beams of sunset announced the coming night, when everybody would be up and working, the 2 children got out of bed. Effie wrapped herself in a shawl of dragon-proof muslin. There was no time to make the frock. And Harry made a horrid mess of himself with the patent dragon poison. It was warranted harmless to infants and invalids, so he felt quite safe. Then they joined hands and set out to walk to St. George's Church. As you know, there are many St. George's churches, but fortunately they took the turning that leads to the right one, and went along in the bright sunlight, feeling very brave and adventurous. There was no one about in the streets except dragons, and the place was simply swarming with them. Fortunately, none of the dragons were just the right size for eating little boys and girls, or perhaps this story might have had to end here. There were dragons on the pavement, and dragons on the roadway, dragons basking on the front doorsteps of public buildings, and dragons preening their wings on the roofs in the hot afternoon sun. The town was quite green with them. And when the children had gotten out of town and were walking in the lanes, they noticed that the fields on each side were greener than usual, with the scaly legs and tails, and some of the smaller sizes had made themselves asbestos nests in the flowering hawthorn hedges. Effie held her brother's hand very tight, and once when a fat dragon flopped against her ear, she screamed out, and a whole flight of green dragons rose from the field at the sound, and sprawled away across the sky. The children could hear the rattle of their wings as they flew. "Oh, I want to go home," said Effie. "Don't be silly," said Harry. "Surely you haven't forgotten about the 7 champions and all the princes. People who are going to be their country's deliverers never scream and say they want to go home." "And are we?" asked Effie. "Deliverers, I mean." "You'll see," said her brother, and on they went. When they came to St. George's Church, they found the door open, and they walked right in. But St. George was not there. So they walked around the churchyard outside, and presently they found the great tombstone of St. George, with the figure of him carved in marble outside, in his armour and helmet, and with his hands folded on his breast. "However can we wake him?" they said. Then Harry spoke to St. George, but he would not answer, and he called out, but St. George did not seem to hear. And then he actually tried to waken the great dragon slayer by shaking his marble shoulders, but St. George took no notice. Then Effie began to cry, and she put her arms around St. George's neck as well as she could for the marble, which was very much in the way at the back, and she kissed the marble face, and she said, "Oh, dear, good, kind St. George, please wake up and help us." And at that, St. George opened his eyes sleepily, and stretched himself, and said, "What's the matter, little girl?" So the children told him all about it. He turned over in his marble, and leaned on one elbow to listen. But when he heard that there were so many dragons, he shook his head. "It's no good," he said. "They would be one too many for poor old George. You should have waked me before. I was always for a fair fight. 1 man, 1 dragon was my motto." Just then a flight of dragons passed overhead, and St. George half drew his sword. But he shook his head again, and pushed the sword back as the flight of dragons grew small in the distance. "I can't do anything," he said. "Things have changed since my time. St. Andrew told me about it. They woke him up over the engineers' strike, and he came to talk to me. He says everything is done by machinery now. There must be some way of settling these dragons. By the way, What sort of weather have you been having lately?" This seemed so careless and unkind that Harry would not answer. But Effie said patiently, "It has been very fine. Father says it is the hottest weather there has ever been in this country." "Ah, I guessed as much," said the champion thoughtfully. "Well, the only thing would be, dragons can't stand wet and cold. That's the only thing. If you could find the taps." St. George was beginning to settle down again on his stone slab. "Good night. Very sorry I can't help you," he said, yawning behind his marble hand. "Oh, but you can," cried Effie. "Tell us, what taps?" "Oh, like in the bathroom," said George, still more sleepily. "And there's a looking glass, too. Shows you all the world and what's going on. St. Denis told me about it. Said it was a very pretty thing. I'm sorry I can't. Good night." And he fell back into his marble and was fast asleep again in a moment. "We shall never find the taps," said Harry. "I say, wouldn't it be awful if St. George woke up when there was a dragon near, the size that eats champions?" Effie pulled off her dragon-proof veil. "We didn't meet any the size of the dining room as we came along," she said. "I dare say we shall be quite safe." So she covered St. George with the veil, and Harry rubbed off as much as he could of the dragon poison on to St. George's armour, so as to make everything quite safe for him. "We might hide in the church till it is dark," he said, "and then—" But at that moment a dark shadow fell on them, and they saw that it was a dragon exactly the size of the dining room at home. So then they knew that all was lost. The dragon swooped down and caught the two children in his claws. He caught Effie by her green silk sash, and Harry by the little point at the back of his Eton jacket. And then, spreading his great yellow wings, he rose into the air, rattling like a third-class carriage when the brake is on hard. "Oh, Harry," said Effie, "I wonder when he will eat us." The dragon was flying across woods and fields, with great flaps of his wings that carried him 1/4 mile at each flap. Harry and Effie could see the country below, hedges and rivers and churches and farmhouses flowing away from under them, much faster than you see them running away from the sides of the fastest express train. And still the dragon flew on. The children saw other dragons in the air as they went, but the dragon, who was as big as the dining room, never stopped to speak to any of them, but just flew on quite steadily. "He knows where he wants to go," said Harry. "Oh, if he would only drop us before he gets there." But the dragon held on tight, and he flew and flew and flew, until at last, when the children were quite giddy, he settled down, with a rattling of all his scales, on the top of a mountain. And he lay there on his great green scaly side, panting, and very much out of breath, because he had come such a long way. But his claws were fast in Effie's sash, and the little point at the back of Harry's Eton jacket. Then Effie took out the knife Harry had given her on her birthday. It had cost only 6 pence to begin with, and she had had it a month, and it never could sharpen anything but slate pencils. But somehow she managed to make that knife cut her sash in front, and crept out of it, leaving the dragon with only a green silk bow in one of his claws. That knife would never have cut Harry's jacket tail off, though, and when Effie had tried for some time, she saw that this was so and gave it up. But with her help, Harry managed to wriggle quietly out of his sleeves, so that the dragon had only an eaten jacket in his other claw. Then the children crept on tiptoe to a crack in the rocks and got out. It was much too narrow for the dragon to get in also, so they stayed in there and waited to make faces at the dragon when he felt rested enough to sit up and begin to think about eating them. He was very angry, indeed, when they made faces at him and blew out fire and smoke at them. But they ran farther into the cave so that he could not reach them, and when he was tired of blowing, he went away. But they were afraid to come out of the cave, so they went farther in, and presently the cave opened out and grew bigger, and the floor was soft sand. And when they had come to the very end of the cave, there was a door, and on it was written, "Universal Taproom, Private. No one allowed inside." So they opened the door at once just to peep in, and then they remembered what St. George had said. "We can't be worse off than we are," said Harry, "with a dragon waiting for us outside. Let's go in." They went boldly into the tap room and shut the door behind them. And now they were in a sort of room cut out of the solid rock, and all along one side of the room were taps, and all the taps were labelled with china labels like you see in Bath. And as they could both read words of 2 syllables, or even 3 sometimes, they understood at once that they had gotten to the place where the weather is turned on from. There were 6 big taps labelled sunshine, wind, rain, snow, hail, ice, and a lot of little ones labelled fair to moderate, showery, south breeze, nice growing weather for the crops, skating, good open weather, south wind, east wind, and so on. And the big tap labelled sunshine was turned full on. They could not see any sunshine. The cave was lighted by a skylight of blue glass, so they supposed the sunlight was pouring out by some other way, as it does with the tap that washes out the underneath parts of patent sinks in kitchens. Then they saw that one side of the room was just a big looking glass, and when you looked in it, you could see everything that was going on in the world, and all at once, too, which is not like most looking glasses. They saw the carts delivering the dead dragons at the county council offices, and they saw St. George asleep under the dragon-proof veil, and they saw their mother at home crying because her children had gone out in the dreadful, dangerous daylight, and she was afraid a dragon had eaten them. And they saw the whole of England like a great puzzle map, green in the field parts and brown in the towns, and black in the places where they make coal and crockery and cutlery and chemicals. All over it, on the black parts and on the brown and on the green, there was a network of green dragons. And they could see that it was still broad daylight and no dragons had gone to bed yet. Effie said, "Dragons do not like cold," and she tried to turn off the sunshine, but the tap was out of order, and that was why there had been so much hot weather, and why the dragons had been able to be hatched. So they left the sunshine tap alone, and they turned on the snow and left the tap full on while they went to look in the glass. There, they saw the dragons running all sorts of ways, like ants, if you are cruel enough to pour water into an ant heap, which, of course, you never are. And the snow fell more and more. Then, Effie turned the rain tap quite full on, and presently the dragons began to wriggle less, and by some of them lay quite still. So the children knew the water had put out the fires inside them, and they were dead. So then they turned on the hail, only half on, for fear of breaking people's windows, and after a while there were no more dragons to be seen moving. Then the children knew that they were indeed the deliverers of their country. "They will put up a monument to us," said Harry, "as high as Nelson's. All the dragons are dead." "I hope the one that was waiting outside for us is dead," said Effie. "And about the monument, Harry, I'm not so sure. What can they do with such a lot of dead dragons? It would take years and years to bury them, and they could never be burnt now, they are so soaking wet. I wish the rain would wash them off into the sea." But this did not happen, and the children began to feel that they had not been so frightfully clever after all. "I wonder what this old thing's for," said Harry. He had found a rusty old tap, which seemed as though it had not been used for ages. Its china label was quite coated over with dirt and cobwebs. When Effie had cleaned it with a bit of her skirt, for curiously enough both the children had come out without pocket handkerchiefs, she found that the label said "waste." "Let's turn it on," she said. "It might carry off the dragons." The tap was very stiff, from not having been used for such a long time, but together they managed to turn it on, and then ran to the mirror to see what happened. Already a great round black hole had opened in the very middle of the map of England, and the sides of the map were tilting themselves up, so that the rain ran down toward the hole. "Oh, hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" cried Effie, and she hurried back to the taps and turned on everything that seemed wet. Showery, good open weather, nice growing weather for the crops, and even south and southwest, because she had heard her father say that those winds brought the rain. And now the floods of rain were pouring down on the country, and great sheets of water flowed toward the centre of the map, and cataracts of water poured into the great round hole in the middle of the map, and the dragons were being washed away and disappearing down the waste pipe, in great green masses and scattered green shoals. Single dragons and dragons by the dozen, of all sizes, from the ones that carry off elephants down to the ones that you get in your tea. Presently there was not a dragon left, so then they turned off the tap named Waste, and they half turned off the one labelled Sunshine. It was broken, so that they could not turn it off altogether, and they turned on Fair to Moderate and Showery, and both taps stuck, so that they could not be turned off, which accounts for our climate. How did they get home again? By the Snowdon Railway, of course. And was the nation grateful? Well, the nation was very wet. And by the time the nation had gotten dry again, it was interested in the new invention for toasting muffins by electricity, and all the dragons were almost forgotten. Dragons do not seem so important when they are dead and gone, and you know there never was a reward offered. And what did father and mother say when Effie and Harry got home? My dear, that is the sort of silly question you children always ask. However, Just for this once, I don't mind telling you." Mother said, "Oh, my darlings, you're safe, you're safe. You naughty children, how could you be so disobedient? Go to bed at once." And their father, the doctor, said, "I wish I had known what you were going to do. I should have liked to preserve a specimen. I threw away the one I got out of Effie's eye. I intended to get a more perfect specimen. I did not anticipate this immediate extinction of the species." The professor said nothing, but he rubbed his hands. He had kept his specimen, the one the size of an earwig that he gave Harry a half-crown for, and he has it to this day. You must get him to show it to you. The Flying Unicorn. Sarah was a unicorn. She was a very special unicorn, and her tribe considered her one of the greatest creatures in the world. For Sarah had wings, and she could fly. Great big gossamer wings, the colour of moonlight, could take her soaring into the air above. Her white body gleaming in the sun at day, and sparkling in the moon and starlight at night. She was a very happy and good-natured animal, and made friends with everyone, even humans. She liked little children, who always stared at her in wonder and delight. One little girl was her special friend. She lived just outside of the forest that Sarah lived in. Her name was Minnie, and she loved Sarah with all her heart. One day, when they were walking in the forest, Minnie asked Sarah, "Dear Sarah, would you please take me up with you into the great big sky? I want to see the world from up there. Please, Sarah." "Of course I will, my little friend. Would you like to go now?" Sarah asked, looking down at Minnie. "Yes, please," Minnie shouted, jumping up and down in excitement. And so, with Minnie on her back, Sarah flew off into the air, climbing higher and higher, with the little girl screaming in delight. She held on tightly to Sarah and looked down at the ground that seemed so far away. The houses and trees looked like toys. The river looked like a blue line drawn on one of her drawing pages. Birds flew past her, chirping a friendly greeting, and she waved at them in return. Soon it was time to return to the ground, and when she landed, she hugged Sarah tightly and said, "Thank you so much, dear friend. That was lovely." The Last Dinosaurs. In a lost land of tropical forests, on top of the only mountain in the region, trapped inside an old volcanic crater system, lived the last ever group of large, ferocious dinosaurs. For thousands and thousands of years, they had survived all the changes on Earth, and now, led by the great Ferocitosaurus, they were planning to come out of hiding and to dominate the world once more. Ferocitosaurus was an awesome Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had decided they had spent too much time isolated from the rest of the world. So, over a few years, the dinosaurs worked together, demolishing the walls of the great crater. When the work was done, all the dinosaurs carefully sharpened their claws and teeth in readiness to terrorize the world once again. On leaving their home of thousands of years, everything was new to them. Very different to what they had been used to inside the crater. However, for days, the dinosaurs continued on, resolute. Finally, from the top of some mountains, they saw a small town. Its houses and townfolk seemed like tiny dots. Never having seen human beings before, the dinosaurs leapt down the mountainside, ready to destroy anything that stood in their way. However, as they approached that little town, the houses were getting bigger and bigger, and when the dinosaurs finally arrived, it turned out that the houses were much bigger than the dinosaurs themselves. A boy who was passing by said, "Daddy, Daddy, I found some tiny dinosaurs. Can I keep them?" And such is life. The terrifying Feroctosaurus and his friends ended up as pets for the village children. Seeing how millions of years of evolution had turned their species into midget dinosaurs, they learned that nothing lasted forever, and that you always must be ready to adapt. The Lonely Dinosaur. Many years ago, dinosaurs were the largest creatures on Earth. Some were very large and others small. They also came in many different colours. Behind the fiery mountains was a valley in which the dinosaurs spent the day. One sunny day, the dinosaurs were playing a game of soccer. A new dinosaur that the other dinosaurs had not seen before came walking by. He stopped and watched, and then he asked, "Could I play too?" All of the other dinosaurs looked at him. Together, in one giant voice, they said, "No!" The reason they had said no to him was because he looked different than the others. He had a long neck, and he was green. None of them had ever heard of or seen a long-necked green dinosaur. The new dinosaur was very sad, because everyone said no to him, and they even called him Greenie. His feelings were hurt. Slowly, he sat down and sadly watched the others play. Time went by, and then, suddenly, they all stopped playing soccer, and they all looked up. One of the dinosaurs had kicked their only ball into a tree. The ball was far too high for them to reach. But it was not too high for the long-necked green dinosaur. He walked over and said to the other dinosaurs, "If I can get your ball down, will you let me play with you?" The other dinosaurs decided that it was a good idea. The long-necked green dinosaur reached up with his long neck, and he easily got the ball down. Once again, they began playing again. They had a great time playing soccer. The other dinosaurs said they were sorry for not letting him play with them and calling him names. They had all learned a lesson that day. Even though others may look different, we should accept them. We all have something special about us. The lonely dinosaur now had many friends, and they played in the valley for many more years. The Unicorn and His Friends. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful island. In the island meadows, there lived a young fairy named Isotopia. She had a pet monkey named Poppy. Isotopia and Poppy were simple beings with simple tastes and lifestyle. They lived in a small, simply furnished house. On the same island, there also lived a unicorn, who had a special ability of flying very high and far. The only dream of Isotopia was that someday she would ride on the unicorn. One day, Isotopia was alone at home, and Poppy had gone to eat some bananas. When he climbed a banana tree and started eating, he saw that the unicorn was also standing down below. He was looking at him. Poppy was not an ordinary monkey. He was very wise and could understand the language of every animal on the island. He dropped down some bananas to the unicorn also, and said, "Would you allow me to ride on your back some day?" The unicorn replied, "You have fed me tasty fruits. You can surely ride on me." Poppy was exhilarated. He jumped on the unicorn's back, and the unicorn flew high up in the sky. Poppy enjoyed very much. When the unicorn landed down, Poppy said, "Thanks for the ride. I had never imagined how different an experience this would be. I am Poppy. What's your name?" The unicorn said, "My name is Uno. Will you be my friend?" Poppy said, "Of course I'll be your friend." They played together. When it was late, Poppy said goodbye to Uno. On reaching home, he told Isotopia all about the unicorn. She exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! I wish I could ride on him as well. Poppy, please will you take me to the unicorn tomorrow?" Poppy accepted her request. Next day, when they went to meet Uno, they saw that 5 wicked men had tied Uno with a rope, were pulling him and forcing him to go with them. Isotopia asked, "Why are you doing this to the poor unicorn?" One of the men answered, "Say nothing, girl. A unicorn is a very rare find. We are lucky to come across him. We will earn loads of money from him." And saying this, the man pushed back Isotopia. The 5 wicked men took away Uno. Isotopia and Poppy felt sad for Uno, but those 5 men from the neighbouring village on the island were famous for their notoriety. So Isotopia and Poppy decided to keep silent. They knew where the men lived. They made a plan to save Uno. When night fell, they went to the men's home. Then they secretly added a sleeping potion in their food. Unfortunately, only 2 of the men ate that food and fell into a deep sleep. The remaining 3 men had dinner outside and were sleeping in another room. Isotopia locked the door of that room from outside. Now Poppy tried to untie the rope with which Uno was tied, but the rope was fastened very tightly. So, when Poppy tried to open the rope, Uno got hurt and uttered a cry of pain. The 3 men woke up, while 2 were in a deep sleep. They understood that Uno's friends had come to free him, but found that their door was locked from outside. They started pushing and kicking the door, and after a few minutes managed to break the door and came out. When they came out, suddenly Uno's rope came free. The men came running towards them, but Isotopia and Poppy jumped on Uno's back. One of the men caught Poppy's tail, but when Uno started flying, let go of the tail and fell down. All the men stared at them in anger and disappointment, but what could they do now? During their flight, Poppy told Uno all about Isotopia. Uno became friends with Isotopia too. Suddenly, Poppy and Isotopia noticed that Uno was descending to the ground and had brought them to a strange place. They were in very bright light, so they closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that they had reached a huge castle glistening in golden light. Poppy and Isotopia couldn't believe their eyes. Poppy asked Uno, "Where have you brought us?" Uno said, "This castle belonged to my parents." "Where are they?" asked Poppy. "They are probably no more, for all I know. One day they had gone to the forest about 6 months back and never returned," answered Uno in a sad voice. "But maybe they are still alive," said Isotopia. "How much I wish that what you say is true," said Uno in a low voice. Suddenly, a sound came from behind the bushes. "Uno! Uno! Where are you?" "Oh, that's my mother's voice. But surely I am imagining things," exclaimed Uno. "No, Uno, no! We can also hear this voice. And we can also see 2 unicorns there," said Poppy with excitement. "Where?" asked Uno. There! Uno, behind the bushes!" exclaimed Poppy. Uno looked behind the bushes. His parents were actually there. Uno ran and rubbed himself against his father and mother. "Where have you been, Mummy and Daddy?" asked Uno. "A hunter had taken us away after trapping us in a huge net, but we ran and flew and somehow managed to return here today," said his father. Uno was very happy. He said, "Mummy, these are my friends, Poppy and Isotopia. They helped me to escape from some wicked hunters. Please, Mummy, let them stay with us. They are very kind-hearted." Mother said, "Yes, son. They can surely stay with us in our castle." Uno's mother thanked Poppy and Isotopia for saving her child. Uno asked his father, "What do you say, Daddy? Can they stay with us?" Father said, "Yes, they can." Uno was overjoyed. Uno showed his friends the whole castle. The castle was even bigger than what it looked from outside. Uno gave his friends a nice room to stay, with beautiful designs painted on the walls, and a lovely view from the windows. Isotopia and Poppy liked the castle and their room very much. They thanked Uno and his parents for their generosity. The 3 friends happily lived ever after together in the lovely castle. This has been Bedtime Stories for Kids. Tales of Dinosaurs, Unicorn, Dragon. Short Aesop's fables. Funny fantasy stories for children and toddlers to help them fall asleep, relax. Fantasy stories to dream about. Written by Mary Kiddy. Narrated by David Gwyther. Copyright 2020 by Mary Kiddy. Production copyright by Mary Kiddy.